Right. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Well, slightly early start. I'm here trying to beat my phone to the alarm. Oh, beat it by 30 seconds. Hell yeah. Um. Hey Mick. Hey Adrix. Hey Stunderglass. Hey Lee. Hey Chester. Hey Say. Hey my own Sling. Hey Seth. Anyone else who's lurking about? Oh, hi Kevin. Kevin is also here. It's a Kevin. See, it's Kevin. Little ears. Kevin. Hey Chaotix. Jake terrorized me, so I didn't get great quality of sleep, and I've been awake for a while. So I figured I'd actually go live now instead of waiting another 20, 30 minutes or whatever. So yeah, apologies if I'm extra scatterbrained. Yeah, buddy. Inching ever closer to the two best streak numbers. I'm gonna quit streaming forever, so you can't hit the 6-7 one, and then I'm gonna start streaming again, but at a weird time. So the streak breaks. So not nice. Let's continue. Cleric. We are in Act 3. Now we're loading in here to an Act 1 map, but we're in Act 3. Anyone who missed the last stream, we'd successfully have access to almost the entire game while in Act 3. There's a couple things we don't have. Big thing is the Crush. We can't seem to do most of the exterior of the monastery because the rubble that pops up when you fire the laser is blocking most of the pathable area. So I haven't done much science to try to get around that. I felt lazy, so I didn't bother. It's possible we can access stuff like that. Having Morning Lord's Radiance now would be cool. So maybe off stream at some point I'll look into that more. We were able to get Priestess Gut to work once to apply Shield of Faith, but couldn't get her to do it a second time. That's okay. Oh yeah, we got jump scared by a massive battle in the camp, and there's just some tieflings hanging out here. Forever.
This vessel.
I don't actually need you.
This vessel. Art thou, sir?
Very well.
No dawdling, so it doesn't count. Trying to pick my solo back up, be listening. Sounds good, Atrix. Hey Dade, hey Superman.
Very well.
Rehire this guy, just to see if that works on the gut thing. I don't think it will. Interesting that Aelin and Isabel do have their own spot in this camp. Hey Exile, hey Aaliyah, hey Monster Free.
Let's get going.
No one back home will ever believe
No
it.
dice.
This vessel.
Alright, that's fine.
Don't waste a step.
Did I check everything I cared to here? You know what the timer is on Drunk from the brewery? Until long rest.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
We'd have been safer in the crypt. God.
Look at that. We act now, or someone else will pick that wreck clean and leave us nothing.
Haven't seen anyone but us. It's just wilderness out here.
Does this fall again? No, it does not. Yeah, happy Zara. Hey, Rogue Cow. Full brain backlash on these guys is that's something. Hey, David, thanks for streaking. 100 HP with 10 temp HP, something about that feels very satisfying, right?
Couple turns should do it. I don't need any attention right now. Be cursed. Never wanted the easy path.
Neat. I was still missing some of my Act 2 waypoints. What do I not have? Last Light, Verge of the Shadows, Road to Baldur's Gate. Was that Fireball? Yeah. Just because I knew I was about to region travel. So that was the Fireball from Marco. Resource efficiency. Sometimes I use a bad spell because it's infinite. It's Fireball cheese. Hey, Mark Chief, how are you? Yes, Captain, you are a cat. I noticed.
At the ready. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Excuse me. Nobody's getting any damn cheese. Bought myself a Rockruff plush. That sounds adorable. I love that Pokemon. Excellent taste.
Another step forward.
I used to have a fair amount of the evolutions and the Gen 1 starters in plush form, but I did not retain them after a move.
The road to Baldur's Gate is up ahead.
And I think about that sometimes. Maybe I should restart that collection.
It's coming from the gift. Drink it. Breathe deep and move.
Money. Forget their light at home. There's no turning back once you head to Baldur's Gate. Best part about being an adult, nobody's stopping you from buying all the plushies you want. Let's see what's going on in the last light. I wonder if the Harpers won against Marcus, or if that fight didn't happen yet because I haven't gotten close enough.
All right. That might be worth a look.
I really wish there was a way to keep a Shadow Cursed undead. Like someone you had made a Shadow Cursed undead through doing all this. Because a big thing with Control Undead is it falls off hard in Act 3. Because your options are just way more limited than they are while you have access to the Shadow Curse lands. Unfortunately, a Shadow Curse is no longer a mechanic here, so you're limited to things that are already undead. Does Morg also not have Shadow Curse? I don't think it does. We can go check in a minute. Let me get the last light waypoint at least first.
Should mind my step.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, we got the Harpers plus Marcus and Jonas fighting a bunch of crawling claws. Or not. Cal and Leah are still here. They probably wouldn't be if I completed enough of Roland's quest in Act 3. Hey Celestial, hey Missy. And if you've ever wondered, where the winged horror that abducts Isabel in the cutscene comes from, this is it. It doesn't have combat AI. It's just chilling there. actual paid actor. Maybe unpaid. An intern looking to get into show business, maybe? Unpaid intern? Nepo extra? There are some talented Nepo hires. As far as I know, like, Jack Quaid and Maya Hawke have been pretty upfront about, yeah, we're Nepo babies, but, like, also good. AP Ninja. Did you change your name color? I feel like that's a different color. Change sucks. And then there's Jaden Smith. Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, Jaden Smith has supported some decent charitable causes, so hey, that's something. May as well use the undeserved platform for positive impacts. I'm trying to be an optimist today. Changed it like 10 days ago or something. That tracks. I'm not that observant. I gotta take the milk bowl. I forgot to take it before. It's very important.
Can't risk being in open view.
Up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
Can't actually shop with Tally, but I can steal stuff from her. Oh, let me actually get the last light waypoint. I have to click on it.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. Very well.
Marcus grabbed a torch. I don't know what that chest is and why it spawns there.
Be patient. Your chance will come. Until then, keep watch. Keep wary. I need your senses sharp.
This 2.5, yeah, we rebranded 2.5 thing to 2 plus because we could also do 1 plus and 1.5 plus. Now 1.5 plus is super scuffed because the rubble is blocking a lot of the playable space. But yes, the short answer is yes. I think all the Smith children have been fucked up in their own ways as a result of being Will's kids. Yeah, they had an interesting family dynamic growing up. I missed the rat. I was supposed to buy Flail of Ages too, I forgot. don't want Callous Glow for this. We can go Alien Fusion. Let's do Spirit Guardians Necrotic. Hey, Danny. Hopefully text-to-speech actually does this. I'm looking forward to it.
What the fuck did you just say about me, darling? I survived 200 years as Cazador's spawn, and I've been involved in many midnight abductions across Baldur's Gate. I have over 300 confirmed victims. Those are just the ones my trauma hasn't blocked. I'm trained in bat warfare and I'm the deadliest thing lurking in the lower city after sunset. You're nothing to me but a warm sack of blood. I will drain you with a precision the likes of which has never been seen in this realm. Mark my bloody words.
I'm familiar with the original pasta. That was very good. Well done. Thank you, Danny, for the tier 3 once again, and the 16 months with the streak, and for being cool. Yeah, I said it. I called you cool. Hey Moonlight, how did I manage to get the Legendary Staff in Act 2? Because we already have access to Act 3. If you look at the side over here, some of it's obscured by my cam, but we have access to all of the waypoints. Put everyone or near to them an item that produces light to prevent people from shadows. Let Marcus take a spell. Everyone in Last Light still turn to a zombie. If they are in Last Light, yes. If they're in the region of Last Light, and yes. But you could move them somewhere else, and they'll be fine. In any run where you see myself or other challenge runners actually like intentionally trying to get more XP, if we're like behind the threshold we're trying to be at, or if we want the Slayer form early, or if we want Char's Spear of Evening, you will see us do that. You'll see us place the people from Last Light, usually at one of the 2 waypoints here in the Gauntlet of Char, because the people will be safe there. It just disappeared completely. Okay, bye. It's the same work in Act 1 when you're raiding the Grove? It does not. I don't think we have a way to save Damon. We don't. Maybe worth revisiting, but yeah, we don't. The biggest casualties of raiding the Grove currently, you know, aside from the intense feeling of guilt, is, Damon, Roland, Mattis, and the items associated with them in future acts. Alfira Lacrissa for Potent Robe, too. I clicked Psionic Overload with the intent of clicking Scorching Ray at these guys just to show off, you know. You can click Scorching Ray against fire immune targets and still do good damage as long as you have your riders. I don't have Crater Flesh gloves yet. And I don't have my Callous Glow ring on at the moment, but it's okay. Blood of Lathander, the Drow Zealots and Moonrise at disadvantage? I believe so, yeah. Blood of Lathander counts as daylight. Its light effect does. So, for anything that's related to sunlight specifically, it should work, yeah. So funny to me that tabletop spell daylight doesn't count as sunlight. Stupid. Hey Nico, hey Smelly. I'm looking forward to the no AC run. Thinking a lot about it. I'm gonna have fun with it. So your gear didn't respawn. If I had been to the House of Hope already, this pile wouldn't even be here. No AC run equals no melee use? Why would that mean that?
To rest soon.
The yes hit and run. Yeah, you've seen a no hit run. Get ready for a yes hit and run. Hey, Failure. Hey, Sentinel. So, I feel like I've been saying this to you specifically for years now, Viton. Relevant commands are in the title. There's not a mods command in the title. You keep clicking it, expecting there to be a different outcome. There isn't. Also, you didn't answer the question of why would no AC mean no melee? Just a rat here. Okay. Hey, Marina. Find it funny knock can work on that door. There's some doors that it's weird knock can work. Just figured you'll get hit a lot more in melee with no AC, and why would I care about getting hit? It's not a no-hit run, it's a no AC run. What do I always say is a good defensive stat? I know this. DR. Yep, damage reduction. If you have damage reduction, why would you care if somebody hits you? I see Baldur's Helm. You did. Sentinel? Yeah. Wisdom. So, yeah, I'm gonna turn off my cam here so you can see unobstructed. But look at here's the Act 1 waypoints, here's the Mountain Pass waypoints, and then we've got the Rivington waypoints, then we've got the Act 2 waypoints, and then we've got the Lower City waypoints. Negative AC? Yeah, what the 0 AC run is going to be is I'm going to set my AC to probably something where maybe like minus 50, just negative 50. So that things like haste don't increase me above 0 AC. There's no negative for being negative AC. Explain the no air conditioning runs, like no cold fire spells. Yeah, that's right. Can we in theory kidnap Ethel? Have 2 Ethels now? No. No AC. Are you wondering how that's possible, Marina? Or did you just want to know more about why I would do such a thing?
My brothers had the dreams too. Same as me.
Aye, they wouldn't admit it.
Calls us all that. Your family. More for me.
Did I fight the Warden again yet? I don't know that I did. Hi, Drone. Iron Vine's really funny. First time building into it, it's 30. Iron Vine might be the biggest use case for wisdom in the game. And even with 8 wisdom, it's still incredible. Even with less than 8 wisdom, it's still incredible, but... But yeah, to answer the question nobody asked, once again, armor class is a bad defensive stat. Or I should specify here, I should really specify, it's a bad primary defensive stat. Incidentally, getting armor class in the process of getting your other defenses, sure. As long as you're not making trade-offs for it, sure.
Quiet. Move with care.
But it doesn't do anything against things that aren't attack rolls. There are even some things that are attack rolls that it doesn't do anything against. Like, Yurgir's concussive burst hits you, whether he hit you or not.
How much further can I go?
For example. And then, remember, everything that is not an attack roll, armor class does nothing against. Even in the case of things that are attack rolls, you have to keep in mind, alright, how much do you need to make something miss you? Let's look at the Warden here. The Warden is level 9, so her proficiency bonus is +4. She's got 18 dexterity, so that's a +4 modifier. Every NPC and enemy has +2 to hit on Tactician and Honor mode. So that's a +10. She uses a +1 heavy crossbow. That's +11. She has archery fighting style, so that's +13. You would need 34 AC and critical hit immunity for actual, like, immunity to the Warden hitting you. 34. You want to know what the practical AC cap here in Act 2, in a normal Act 2 setting, is? 34. And then she does Lightning Arrow, which does more damage than her attack roll stuff, and is a saving throw mechanic. Alternatively, what you could do is throw on Adamantine Splint, which everyone can craft, without getting into any combats up to that point in the game, for 2 physical DR and crit immunity. Then you could equip the Defender Flail from the Mountain Pass for 1 more physical DR. Then you could take Heavy Armor Master for 3 more physical DR. So you're up to 6. And then you could cast Blade Ward to get resistance, putting you at a point where when she does attack you with her bow, assuming you're not at low enough HP for Colossus Slayer to factor in, the bow is a D10, it's a +1, so her max damage there, assuming she doesn't do Hunter's Mark, is 15. Let's say she does do Hunter's Mark. So it's 21. Alright, you reduce it to 11, then you subtract 6. Assuming she max rolled and had Hunter's Mark on you, you are taking, at most, 5 damage. 5. I don't really care about taking 5 damage. And that is assuming she hits me and max rolls her damage. So why would I ever plan
These boots have seen everything.
for trying to make her miss me and getting absolutely nothing against her non-attack roll effects when I could instead build into having high HP, having temp HP, having damage mitigation from resistances and reductions, and make it so the worst case outcome of her hitting me, I don't have to care.
Better be cautious.
Is this Act 2.75? This is Act 2 plus. Think of it like New Game Plus.
Breathe deep. And
Hey, stop that. Repeatable temp HP is a hell of a drug. Yeah, you've got Elixir of Bloodlust, you've got Vivacious Cloak, you've got Potent Robe, you've got the Heroism spell. Those are all Fiend Warlock's level 1 passive as well. Those are all great sources of just... I'm gonna get temp HP back to account for what little damage you just did to me. Yeah, Dindu? Dindu? Correct me. I like getting names right. Hello. I'm sure we've had this conversation, but I forget things. I don't know, Quag, you take 5 damage as a commoner and you're dead? It's true. Something I see brought up a lot in certain circles is a lot of people have this fixation with this erroneous belief that 24 armor class, they think it's a good number. And for some reason, it's specifically 24. I feel like someone put out some post somewhere that went viral and caused a lot of people to believe the 24 AC is a number that is meaningfully helpful. It isn't. Again, 24 AC is fucking nothing. Like, I have 25 AC here without trying, just from having passive Act 3 buffs and gear that happens to give AC. I have not dedicated a single slot here to getting additional AC, and I still have more than 24. So if you are ever doing a setup where you have to invest a lot of your time and effort, and your defense of your defensive strategy, when people question it, is, but you can equip these things and get 24 AC. Note that that is nothing. Seriously, nothing. And again, if you ever read your combat log, every enemy, every NPC, I should say, even allied NPCs that are not in your party, get +2 to hit on Tactician and Honor mode. Let's look at Ducky Varish here. So, this is a spellcaster type enemy. Scaling their weapon off strength, which they have no bonuses to. But they use a +1. And we're on Honor mode. So that's +3 to hit already. Meaning this NPC, you would have to have 24 AC and crit immunity to make them miss their melee attacks. Now they have tenacity, so unless this is an opportunity attack, they're still going to damage you with 1 damage, because tenacity is floored. I don't know offhand if this particular NPC is proficient with their flail, but if they have flail proficiency, then they're also adding that to their attacks. Meaning you would need 27 rather than 24. So someone who's not even designed to use that can still hit you with a multitude of rolls on that 24 AC that people have deluded themselves into thinking is good. Great Axe Goblins with 10 Strength can hit 24 AC, and Great Axe Goblins can use Menacing Attack, and they have Fury of the Small. So if a Great Axe Goblin hits you with a Menacing Attack and Fury of the Small, and let's say they happen to crit you because... Let's pretend you're playing Bladesinger and can't get critical hit immunity until Act 3. You're dead. They can hit you for up to 51 damage, assuming you have no damage reduction. Up to 51, I believe, is the number. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. And Wizards and Sorcerers have the smallest HP pool of every class. A 16 Constitution Wizard still has less HP than an 8 Con Barbarian. So you're just dead. The defensive strategy against such things is not to have armor class, it is to mitigate the damage to make it so the worst case outcome doesn't kill you, or to make it so the attack doesn't happen at all. Whether that's with movement speed, whether that's with things like Sanctuary, whether that's with things like area denial, crowd control. It's not armor class. And no matter how much AC you have, if you don't have crit immunity, all of your armor class is worthless. I cannot stress this enough. It's completely worthless. You could have 100 armor class. 52 for menacing attack, so not 51. Sorry. Thank you for confirming. Right. You could have 100 armor class, and if someone crits you, you're still just taking the full damage, and every slot you invested to get that armor class was pointless. It's just a bad defensive strategy. And if you're playing something like a Bladesinger, where it's your only defensive strategy available until very, very late game, provided you want to maintain Bladesinging as a feature, then it means it's shit. Bladesinger is the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3 because you have no defensive options until the end of the game, where you get access to the same defensive options everyone else gets, but while doing nothing better than them. Because peak Bladesinging, you're not getting to an AC threshold where it changes anything. You only need 39 AC to make it so Voss can't hit you. In Act 3, by the time Bladesinger is able to get their critical hit immunity while Bladesinging, without having to swap on Grimskull Helm and Exploit Abuse, by the time you get there, everyone can have that AC number. Everyone. Like a level 1 character can and has done this. I've done 2 level 1 runs. Seihoke here in the chat has done, how many did you do, Sei? 4? 5? And that's one of the places where AC has more value than it would in other runs. And you can just have, Sei says one legit one, but that means one he's proud of, and others that were segmented or with reloads and stuff, but one that he's proud of, where it was all bosses, level 1 cleric. But you can have comfortably on that run 37 AC without effort. You can just do that. And that's enough for everything in the game except for Voss, who you don't fight in that run because it just doesn't work out that way. But that 37 AC approach is still less efficient than using no-hit strats. But, like, you can do it. You can just have that 37 AC on whatever character. You don't need Bladesinging to do that. So the number you need for Act 3 security in the armor class department for things that go off of armor class is 34. So if you can get to 37 without Bladesinging, what does Bladesong do for you? So at 0 points in the game, is Bladesinging a better defensive strategy? It just means your gear is restricted because, remember, you can't Bladesing if you're using any weapon that isn't specifically, like, included in the Bladesinger proficiency passive that you get when you get your subclass. So that means even the quarterstaff that you started the game with at level 1, you can't use that shit. You gotta take it off. But also, you can't have no weapon equipped, because that's not allowed either. Like, even if you get disarmed, your Bladesinging turns off. I cannot stress this enough. If you're running around in the Yankee Crush, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna weave most of these. I know AC isn't perfect. If someone disarms you, just knocks your weapon out of your hand, your shit turns off. But you can't use staffs. You can't use medium armor, can't use shields. Your only DR options are padded armor +2, which gives you DR only to bludgeoning. Bone Spike Garb, which is in Act 3. Very good item, though. Helldusk armor, but you have to equip it after you started Bladesinging for that to not turn off your Bladesinging. So, like, you don't get anything. There's people who are gonna defend it to their last breath, but it's the most shit thing you could do for your character. What's worse, Paladin or Bladesinger? Bladesinger, and it's not close. Remember, I'm the Paladin #1 hater. Paladin is the worst class in this game, but Bladesinger is the worst subclass in this game. Wizard is stronger than Paladin, unless you're a Bladesinger, in which case you are weaker. Sorcerer meh or bad? Sorcerer is meh, but metamagic is broken. So you're getting a very mediocre class, and then you're getting a broken feature that carries it. Because, like, Sorcerer's spell list is bad, you're tied with Wizard for having the least amount of HP, for having the worst gear proficiencies. You're at least a Charisma caster over an Intelligence caster, which is better. But, like, again, your spell list is very, very bad. But, like, metamagic, which you get at level 2, is broken. The best class? So best is harder to quantify than worst, because it's going to be situational. And, like, everyone has their own slightly different definition of best. But, that said, if you forced me to, like, gun to my head, Quag, what's the best class for solo honor mode in the most general sense in this game? It's going to be either fighter or ranger. Fighter or ranger, they're completely dead even in terms of value. It's those. It's my favorite class, Cleric. I'm an accomplished runner who loves Bladesinger, 10 Paladin, 2 builds, much as I love my stars or Tempest Cleric, and that's okay. Everyone's got their preferences. You can make a lot of things work. Hey, Forgotten Menace, how are you?
See what this does.
Yeah, no Shadow Curse in here either. I think I actually forgot to go in here. Imagine a build combines Booming Blade and Shillelagh like a Nature Cleric, the Wizard feat to get Booming, doing good Spellblade damage, then doing Honor Mode Spellblade type character to say this is a good option. I mean, you can still do the Spellblade gameplay. Like, every melee build kind of already is, if you just have the ability to cast spells. But yeah, you can do Shillelagh. I wouldn't say that Shillelagh is relevant offensively most of the time. Like, you get a bigger damage die. If you're using something small like a... Let's see. Do I have a torch? I don't. Let me see if I can find a torch. I tried to do a Bladesinger run done wrong correctly. I thought about it. I might do that at some point in the near future. So, you see how a torch has a d4 for its damage die? Shillelagh will upgrade that. And that's relevant there. It's good for that. It also makes non-magical weapons magical. That's cool. But most often you are making it scale off of a weaker stat, because most of the time there's no reason not to have high strength. Now, if you're doing like a Hexblade Warlock, and you scale basically your entire kit off of Charisma, then yeah, changing the scaling to go off of Charisma makes sense in conjunction with the other benefits, but Hexblade does that itself. You don't need Shillelagh for that. Though you can, and as long as Charisma is your highest stat, it will work. I did a Gale run recently where I used the Shadow Lantern as my weapon the entire run, and I ended up doing Shillelagh from... did I take Magic Initiate Druid? I think I... No, maybe I was a Nature Cleric. I don't know, I had Shillelagh from somewhere. And I was doing... Hexed Weapon, Great Weapon Master, all sorts of stuff, and it was pretty fun. So yeah, of course you can do that, but the inclusion of Shillelagh, unless you're doing specific weapons, is just kind of unnecessary. It's really nice if you're doing the Ironvine Shield, if you're doing Ironwood Club, but it's honestly not that good outside of those things. Being a class, and my buddy swears by Paladin being one of the strongest alpha damage classes in the game, that being round 1 boss nuke, I feel like Paladin struggles after the first round. Would you agree? Even in that first round, it's not competitive for, like, top damage. It isn't. Rogues hit harder. Just objectively, rogues do more damage. You might say, Quag, they don't have extra attack, and sneak attack is once per turn. Even accounting for that, on average, rogues are still doing more damage, while being tankier, while not being resource constrained. They're just stronger. But even if we throw out rogue, even if you want a more one-to-one comparison, alright, Paladin is a worse monk in every area. Monk does more damage, has more action economy, is tankier, has better movement speed, has better subclass features. Like, even if you want to pretend we live in a world where rogue isn't also a better paladin, monk does everything better. So, no. Can't look normal. Hey, Loka. How are you? What's going on with Gale? It's Gale's mirror images. I don't know why they're naked. I don't know why one of them is bald. But that's the Carside influence? Ah, I see. What if he cast Carside's Finasteride? What then? The orb. Looking forward to my Ham Rogue build. Hell yeah, Nero. Ham Rogue is addictive. You get to be the tankiest class in the game while also having the... My game's attempting to crash here. The game finally fell apart. Yeah, it crashed. Yeah, you get to be the tankiest class in the game while having the highest non-consumable single action burst in the game. Particularly if you go Swash, because then you have, as a combat opener or an out-of-combat strategy, you have sneak attack reacting to sneak attack. Which, as a reminder, the damage ceiling of that is 288 additional damage to your attack. Additional damage, on top of whatever your attack does. Tried to tell him that Paladin's just a fighter with cleric abilities. He said he consistently obliterates enemies with smites. He's also only played with Breaker. I don't know how much it's skewed his perspective. So, Paladin is not a fighter with cleric abilities. It is worse in every area than both of them. You could argue that, yeah, Paladin's capable of higher damage per round in a single target scenario than a cleric is, sure. But it lacks a lot of fighter features, like a lot of fighter features, to the point where I find them incomparable. And it has none of the utility and flexibility that Cleric has. I find that a lot of people who have only played Paladin give it credit for their success when they don't have a baseline understanding of what is actually good in this game. Because I guarantee that what he thinks is good smite damage is completely irrelevant. He's probably like, wow, I saw a smite for 30 damage. That's so big. It's like, oh, okay. Sure. That's cool. It's cute, even.
That might be worth a look.
As Paladin's a level 2 dip, then go with anything else you want, basically a smite quirk? Yes. That's accurate, because you're minimizing the fact that Paladin as a class is bad, and you are taking the minimum requirement in order to get the ability to Divine Smite, while being a better class.
Catch a break.
You know who the strongest Divine Smite user is? Barbarian. Level 9 Barbarian, specifically. So that leaves you one level of flexibility in your build. And it's not one level of flexibility because you're going Hexblade if you're going all in on damage there. So you're looking at 9 Barbarian, 2 Paladin, 1 Warlock as the ideal Divine Smite user. If Barbarian could get Divine Smite through any means other than having the 2 Paladin levels, it would be strictly and objectively better at using the feature. Can you smite while being angry? You can. Because Divine Smite is not a spell. It uses spell slots, but it is not a spell. There's one other thing. You can also cast Hellish Rebuke while raging, and that is a spell that costs spell slots, but it's kind of a special case. You used to also be able to do shield. They patched that one out.
Please.
So wish you could smite with Monk? You can. Just give your Monk a weapon. There's reasons to use weapons on Monk. In fact, Monk martial arts damage die scaling applies to weapons that they're proficient with. So what that means is if you are proficient with daggers, for example, which you are, monks can get the dagger damage die to be up to a d8. This also applies to hand crossbows, d8 hand crossbows. Like, monks are very good with weapons, but specifically if you're trying to Divine Smite, then 9 levels of Monk maxes out your martial arts damage die. So then you could take 2 levels of Paladin and run around smiting people with better dagger damage than Paladins have, with equally powerful smites. Our Monk proficiency is basically non-heavy weapons. So the way the classification of Monk weapon works in this game is it has to be a weapon that you are proficient with that does not have the two-handed tag. And where you get that proficiency from does not matter. So, do I have anything that's two-handed? Alright, so Silver Sword here has two-handed. Even if I got proficiency, it wouldn't count as a monk weapon. But this would work. This would work. This would work. You know, as long as it doesn't say two-handed and I have proficiency, it would count as a monk weapon. Hey, Kieran. So I once beat the Underdark boat fight. When I tried it, I got one shot at the first attempt. Second only lasted about 2 rounds. So in solo auto mode, both times I had to restart. First time was a rogue, second time ranger. What am I missing? So the boat fight is one of the more dangerous ones in the game because you have a very unfavorable arena. You're at risk of a ring out. But also, the enemy damage output is high. There's heavy crossbow archers using arrows of fire. There's alchemists throwing smoke powder bombs. There's an enlarged Dwergar with a great axe. There's an enlarged Dwergar with a magical greatsword. Alright, my game does not like fast traveling back to, Rivington right now. It's getting crunchy. Let's crash this again. We'll keep yapping while we're, troubleshooting here. Try going to Lower City this time. But yeah, with boat fight, easiest way to do it is just yeet them all into the water during the fight. The smoke powder satchel you can get from saving Barkus. is a knockback with no saving throw. So that's a pretty good way of doing it. But it's not something you want to fight in a way where the enemies get turns. Let's put it that way. Wish the ability to fly would prevent being shoved into chasms. Makes sense if you think about it. I mean, for a lot of enemies, it does. What times does level 5 do any more levels? Levels don't do anything by themselves, Karen. You know this. Levels don't matter. Features you have to. So far what I learned is I need to up my initiative so I can go invis after I throw Dwyer right off the boat. So that's a strategy. You can get enough invisibility that you can take the fights kind of in piecemeal. You throw someone in the chasm, go invisible, move so they can't detect you, and you just rinse and repeat and keep doing that. Alright, cool. Yeah, we just had trouble fast traveling to the Rivington map, so I'll keep that in mind. But we're back in Act 3 proper.
Those clanking great steel watchers. Bloody hate them.
I know you hate Armor of Agility for Solo Berserker, Helmet of Grit. I don't know what else to equip. No Ballast, because I want to throw an Irolas. What? Why not Ballast? Libra Tiger, why would you not equip Ballast? Like, you know, you can just get close enough to someone and then throw Nirolna at them at point blank. You ruled out the ideal option. Bone Spike Garb would tank my AC. Why do you care about AC? If you're raging with Bone Spike Garb, you have resistance to physical damage and 2 damage reduction. Plus you're a barbarian. So you have the largest HP pool. Why would you care if someone hits you? They can't meaningfully hurt you. There's still Adamantine Scale if you want to maintain crit immunity in that slot and get 1 damage reduction. I know, but I don't like slashing myself all the time. Why? It doesn't matter. Like, again, you're a barbarian. Why do you care? If you don't want to do that, then yeah, you can still go Bone Spike Garb. Not only is that damage reduction, but it also allows you to do damage to people when they hit you with melee attacks based on your Constitution modifier, so that can be a good source of damage. Orin's clothes are damage and accuracy as long as you're shapeshifted. You can buy disguise kits if you don't want to, or if that's how you need to get access to disguise. There's 2 vendors that sell them infinitely. One in the circus and one outside Dareth's shop. Flame Enameled Armor is a good medium armor. You can steal that for free in Worm's Rock. You still have Dark Justiciar Half-Plate if you can set up a source of Shield of Faith. The blue and potentially the purple version. You have the Unfinished Masterwork Armor that Damon sells. In a pinch. You have Elegant Studded Leather from the bank. You have lots of options. I think you fixated on AC because you think AC does something meaningful for you, but it doesn't. It does nothing meaningful for you. And other creators have had this discussion for a while. I remember when Patch 8 was new and Morgana Evelyn first put out her Frost Giant build. a question she got a lot was, but what about AC? And she was like, why do you care? You don't need it. I think the build had something like 17 AC with like the final gear, and it's like, do you care? You're a barbarian, so you have the biggest HP pool. You're raging, so you reduce most incoming damage in half. And if you wear Bone Spike Garb for DR, or Dark Justiciar Halfplate for DR, or Adamantine Scale for DR, then you're also shaving off 2 at the end. If you're equipping Sledboard, as Daryl mentioned right there, which is, it's a very good item. That's up to 7 physical DR for Forced Conduit. Like, why do you care? They can't kill you. And I really feel like I have to stress this. If you're fighting anything short of like Steel Watchers, everyone in the room could hit you, and as long as they don't crit you, you don't die. So like, what is AC doing for you? Yeah, you can get Universal Res Potions as much as you want from level 6, give you resistance to everything for 10 turns. I have a feeling people think being tanky is somehow AC only, while really being tanky is getting hit a lot but not dying. Agreed, Durev. Agreed. I think I missed a question. Let me go back. While working on Astral Prism Fight Skip, I didn't succeed. One of the strats I did was Mage Hand throwing Bird me into the chasm through cutscene trigger. It did something, I forget what. That's funny to say. On my other buddies, 4-element Spore Druid Monk. Any reason to go more than 2-3 levels in Spore Druid aside from the feat? Just feels like 9-10 levels of Monk would be better overall. I would say 9 levels of Monk is optimal because, as Danny said, that's where your Monk damage caps out. You only need 2 spores for Symbiotic, if that's what you're going for, Symbiotic and Halo, and you get the ritual spells at level 1 even. You could go a 3rd Druid level if you want to pick up 2nd level spells, but honestly, I like 9-2-1 for that. Like, 9 Monk, 2 Druid, and then often I'll go 1 Cleric, pick up the Heavy Armor proficiency, pick up Martial Weapon proficiencies, and even get a couple more spell slots with which to fuel the Druid things. Yeah, you could alternatively go 10 Monk and get... That's where you get poison immunity. Not just immunity to being poisoned, immunity to poison damage. It's the only way to get that in vanilla. Well, let's investigate my wisdom saving throws here. So on a minimum roll, that's plus 18. Stunning Gaze can't work on me. Stunning Gaze is DC 16. So I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to plan for that at all. We'll go Reviving Hands, just so I am not subject to Aura of Murder. Oh no, they saw me. Oh no. If I kill someone with retaliation, do I not get the option to recast Hex? You should. It sounds like a bug. It's just them dying, not you killing them. That should give you the ability. I think most complete Monk is 9 Monk and 3 Thief. You want to bonk a lot. But in general, 9 Monks, so you need to really Monk. Rest is up to you. Yeah, there's cases where 6 levels is enough. I don't tend to like 3 Thief on Monk, because, like, sure, getting an extra bonus action with which to do Monk stuff is good, but what if you instead got extra damage on all of your existing stuff? And that's something that 2 Druid can do a lot. 2 Druid, 1 Barbarian is probably the most damage you can get, or 2 fighter, 1 barbarian. Because you can pick up Action Surge, especially if you're doing 4 elements. Picking up Action Surge to click Fangs another 2 times is a pretty big deal. Feel like 9 barb, 3 rogue, and rage, get lightning charge from boots, etc. Yeah, it's comfy. Only boss Batman's half your screen. Yeah, I messed up getting a couple of my buffs, so I'm missing some, but... But yeah, back to the monk thing. This is not me saying 9 monk, 3 thief is not good, because objectively you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. You get nice things like skill expertise from that first rogue level. You get cunning actions on the second rogue level, and you even get rogue subclass features. In this particular case, thief being the extra bonus action, which you can do a lot of things with. None of this is me saying that's not good. Just it's far from a like, well, this is the option. It's like, no, I don't really go that route personally. So you paid the price? Yeah, kind of with that. Felt like disadvantage in perception checks wasn't worth the +1 to intimidation. There's no perception checks in the game that matter. Like, actually 0. Because most of them are just tied to XP, which there's a surplus of in the game. The one for the Helldusk helmet doesn't matter because you can Misty Step in there. So as long as you have Dolly or are in multiplayer, so you have other ways of getting the person out, you can just Misty Step through the wall and then take the helmet anyway, even if you fail the perception check. And there are no other perception checks in the game worth mentioning. So even if I was incapable of passing them, it wouldn't matter. And the other thing you get from Paid the Price, provided you pick the right dialogue options in that conversation, is you get Anti-Ethel's Charm, which is every version of the Enhance ability spell at once without concentration until long rest. Now the Constitution one is buggy, or I guess not buggy, but just weirdly implemented. It goes away if you lose the temp HP from it. And I don't currently have the Dexterity one because I accidentally equipped Graceful Cloth and overrode it, but you see I have Owl's Wisdom, Bull's Strength, Eagle's Splendor, and Fox's Cunning right now. Really care about the perception check inside the Mason's basement to get the Nox roll? Yeah, you don't need to do perception there. You can flip the lever even if you failed the check. If you go right to where the button is and click Repulsor or Fairy Fire, I think Cloud Kill also works. You just flip the lever on the other side of the wall, and it opens. Yeah, Fairy Fire just works on the door itself, too. Hey, Remus, how you doing? So perception is almost completely pointless, because every perception check either has an alternative or doesn't matter. It's nice for quality of life in the early game sometimes, if you want that XP, you know, when it's first available. There was something I wanted to go back to Act 1 for, but I don't remember what. Probably wasn't important then, right? Probably wasn't important.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke Gortash.
Interviews, politics, gossip. All of it gets in that bloody Balder's mouth rag.
Another big perception check that you can kind of bypass is the one for Mysticarian's quest to get into his hideout. You can just go to where the vendor is and shatter the wall, like the spell shatter, and it flips the lever. And you can get in that way. So the Mr. Cadena's T-posing this guy. Oh yeah, we could go check that out too.
That might be worth a look.
The OG clip of the fairy fire thing. Oh yeah, say.
What sort of curio shop has authentic and what was she trying to summon?
Not real good. Yeah, I need to get enough money together to buy everything I want from Bazigal when we go there. I guess we could go for the Arsonist Oil lineup on Cazador, right?
I should speak up.
Do I go Spellmite for that?
I welcome thee. Well, well. It's been a while
Think
since
about
I've
it.
had
It's been a
such
while.
discerning custom. Here, you may browse
Hey,
my
Gloriosa.
more curated selection.
I have enough money. Let's buy a Blight Scroll. I do want to grab Cherished Necromancy too.
Now you've seen.
Okay, I'm out of focus, thank you. Appreciate that. Yesterday died to Hellsick, RIP, overconfidence. No shame in that. Hellsick is one of the scariest things in the game. Because she can summon some ads that can just indefinitely CC you. So in solo you are just fully fucked. And that's on top of the high damage output. So no shame in that at all. Very understandable place to lose a run. Honestly, I'd say that's... Is Hellsick the most dangerous encounter in the game? Chat, what do you guys think? I'd say she's certainly in the running.
There's nothing to gain by invading the devil's home, and everything to be lost.
It's mostly because lack of counterplay. Like that turn to gold that can happen there. It's scary as shit. Obviously the answer is don't let her do that, but in the case of it happening, very little you can do. Can't just drop all gold. I'm thinking of a different fight. We're talking Hellsick, the shopkeeper in the building that I just was in.
I don't hear the
Speaking of Act 3 gear, you think my buddy would benefit from Sporekeeper armor? Kind of writing down gear that I think would benefit him so I could help through the story without spoiling stuff. Armor of the Sporekeeper is kind of disappointing. It's not, like, bad in the grand scheme of things, because it's a light armor that gives +1 spell save DC, and it is one of the few items in chest slot that does directly give you more damage. That's good. But it's competing directly with, like, other things in the act that kind of fill that role better. Like, Orin's clothes just do that job better. Gives you accuracy and damage, but in an even more applicable sense. So, like, it's fine. I wouldn't encourage going out of your way to get armor as Sporekeeper, though. Yeah, so you're thinking of the right fight then, Lieber Tiger, but you're thinking of the wrong ability. That's not what we're worried about here. Let me pull up what I'm talking about. Hopefully the wiki actually has this. There's some things that are still not documented on this. Let's see. Is it the Minotaur's ability? No, I don't think this is documented, actually. Kind of like a couple of Raphael's abilities are not on the site still. Oh, well, the thing that's not listed is you can be turned to gold there. Like turned to gold permanently. Unless you have another character there who can, like, help you. If you're solo, you're just stuck as gold forever. That's what we're referring to.
As the figure flickers and starts to dim.
But I guess this works as another teachable moment of even a resource that is generally pretty good. Being the BG3 wiki does not have all information about everything. I think it still doesn't have documentation of if you are at low enough HP, Raphael can just insta-kill you. Because I think people don't let that fight happen that way.
Now whisper your questions, little wretch, but really quiet and very clever. Remember, quiet as a mouse. You're the key to his... But I like you. Can you see a pig? You don't...
There was one run where... Yeah, Mustard is bringing that up. There's one run where Raphael cast that on me, and I didn't know he had that. Or at the very least, I had forgotten he had it at the time. And the reason why I didn't die is because I backlashed him, and Reverb knocked him prone, so it didn't happen. I would have died if that didn't happen. There's a clip. Oh, do you have it? The wiki says, paid the price gives +1 to intimidation. Intimidation is a +1 or is it advantage? It's +1. Was it a Mark who reverse pickpocketed answer, tens of thousand gold and turned into gold? Didn't turn into gold, but reverse pickpocketed a bunch of money and then one-shot him with Twist of Fortune. Oh, there's the clip. This is an old one. I'm gonna watch this. So if this lands, I'm probably dead. Yeah. Harvest Soul is what it is. If this is a Bolo written description. I'm really interested. Yeah, instantly kill a creature with less than a third of its hit points, is what this says. So I had less than a third of my hit points. So I would have died. Great clip. That was a never punished moment? Yeah, that for sure was a never punished moment. What a balanced ability. It's a reason to not let your HP go below a third versus Raphael, which is more reason to just have high HP. And remember, armor class does absolutely fucking nothing against Raphael. None of his shit is attack rolls except for his claws and 2 of the things he can do in his ascended form. Everything he does in his primary form, just damage. Just win. It's easy. Helmet of Grid and Giraffe might be a tad scary. Yeah. We're on the question about fights. If you don't throw the imp that returns any damage dealt to him threefold as acid, how would you deal with him head on? You could try to atrophy him. Or you could chip him down by dealing very low damage and then healing through it, or low enough damage that your damage reduction is able to help mitigate that. You could also use something like Moonbeam that doesn't return the damage directly to you. You could have summons just hit it and not care if they die to the retaliation. It's a bunch of options. Oh, there you go. So Mammon's Hold is mentioned. I think a Petrifying Sting. Yeah, there you go. It says 2 turns. I have had it last more than 2 turns. It's possible they were chaining it on me until I died. But, yeah, very scary ability. Good shot, Miko. Hey, RBF Queen, thanks for the big streak. But a Harvest Soul on Raphael. Ah, there's the Hellsick Death that Mark had. Do you have a library of these clips, say? Petrifying Sting. Saved, saved, saved. And there's Mammon's Hold. Remember they exist and look them up? More power to you. Imagine actually finding something on Twitch. Ugh. Does freedom of movement make you immune to that? I don't think it's the same status group, but here, let me look it up. I can check that right now. Petrifying Sting. Mammon's Hold. No. It's in status groups Incapacitated, Condition, and Petrified. Freedom of movement does not. So the answer is no. Speed of reverb, you combine the gear that all does reverb. Theoretically, you could insta-prone an entire combat instance. And theoretically, you could do that with fewer than all of the reverb gear, too. But one of the very powerful things you can do with reverb is make things go prone during their turn. Exactly how I got saved from Raphael in that clip, for that matter.
Oh no. They hear me. Speak quickly, speak softly. You know how this goes.
You steady your mind and prepare a crack like breaking bone. Hope winces.
Oftentimes people put on too much reverb gear. I agree. You only really ever need one piece, and anything other than Marco or the boots kind of is too big of an ask, in my opinion. Because you gotta think about that opportunity cost. As soon as you put on reverb gloves, you're giving up one of the most valuable gear slots in the game for something that is still done less efficiently than just by the boots. Like, the boots are very good. And if you do Marco Thunder, you can get reverb on any spell you do that way, too. efficiency over spam. Hey, Layla Zero, how you doing?
Always read the fine print.
About Spine Shutter Amulet. Spine Shutter Amulet's also decent, yeah. I forgot about that one. That was fully forgot.
Schedule is all but clear, and yet you are here.
Dry throat. Yeah, Amulet slot is not very competitive, so you can fully justify Spine Shutter.
The Orphic Hammer is one of Master Raphael's most prized possessions. You can't have it. If the hammer are most irregular, submitting the necessary... I recommend you indulge in the pleasurable torments of the boudoir while you wait. It is where Raphael...
Bro says, hey, I'm a softie. Alright, wait 37 years and I'll get you the hammer. Maybe.
You will need this, the resident...
There's one amulet that should be better than all others in that slot. If the fucking Amulet of Baal worked, it would be a game changer.
Over here.
That's cute.
But it doesn't. We live in the bad timeline. We just need to find the Amulet of Baal Vendor exploit.
Why are you here? You...
Nice 99% on that old person. You...
Time to press ahead.
Good fight or whatever. Harlep only resists fire damage. Because he sucks. Out of all the mods out there, nobody to fix the amulet. I'm sure there's mods that fix it, but I want it to be fixed in, like, the unmodded game. Thought about doing a bit of a meme thing with Thunder Damage Focus Caster. Most of the good Thunder Damage things are melee-based. Thunder Wave, one of the easiest to save on. Shatter feels lackluster, don't really have experience with Destructive Wave left with Chromatic Orb. Con saves are kind of interesting. There are some enemies that have very good con saves, that's absolutely true. But I think you'll find that on average, it's easier to stick con save spells than it is dex save spells. At least for the part of the game where you don't have enough bonuses to not even care about what theirs are. So like goblins, for example, easier to stick con stuff than dex stuff a lot of the time. And keep in mind that con stuff like Thunder Wave and Shatter, it's not all or nothing the way something like Sacred Flame as a dex save is all or nothing. Disintegrate as a dex save is all or nothing. Thunder as a damage type is pretty good, because it's almost never resisted, and things are almost never immune to it either. So I think you'll have less trouble with that, Forgotten Menace, than you think you will. The big thing is, in terms of Thunder cantrips, you don't have anything that's exclusively Thunder, like Booming Blade is weapon plus Thunder. A while ago, I believe Mick was doing some attempts at Thunder only. This was in patch 7, right, Mick? Just because I have an extra prepared slot, I'll prep Death Ward.
No one back home.
No, it's patch 8 already? Oh, the last Boom Blade isn't purely Thunder. Gotcha. Thunder also has easier vulnerability application than a lot of other damage types, because Brittle is really good. Now, that's also not applicable for Thunder only, but it's an option.
That's curious.
There's a mod to replace the Divine Smite sound with the Taco Bell gong, never change. Yeah, I saw that. Divine Smite finally actually good. Had I Warding Bond myself? I didn't. I don't have Warding Bond right now. That run stopped being fun when I realized how limited my damage options were. It's either spam Chromatic Orbs and Shatters, or if your Hammer Half Jump Flight. Yeah, it doesn't sound terribly interesting. Like, for pure Thunder, because then you don't even get Destructive Wave. Unless you're clicking the Necrotic variant against things that are Necrotic immune, I guess. But, eh. Yeah, Heart of the Storm is a Thunder variant. Tempest Cleric Retaliation is a Thunder variant. What's so good about Dark Justiciar Halfblade getting advantage? It's got AC in line with other high-end medium armors. Advantage on con saves. You've also got this Shard Retribution condition. As long as you have Shield of Faith, you get 2 damage reduction. So this is the tankiest medium armor. Well, the purple Dark Justiciar Halfblade is, you know, the same thing, but with 1 more AC. But blue plus for Dark Justiciar Halfblade is the tankiest medium armor in the game, because none of the others give you 2 DR like this. Okay. How to backpack duplicate itself while traveling from Act 2 to 1, vice versa. Known thing, empty, unfortunately. If you have Halcyon and or Minthara recruited to your camp, the game will place a backpack with their inventory in your inventory. If their inventory is empty, the backpack will be empty. Blue armor only works off its own spell. Red one works from any Shield of Faith. For the damage retaliation effect. Yeah, that's true. You get the DR regardless, though. I've had the blue retort work under some circumstances, but I suppose I haven't tried it on patch 8 trade. But but the DR is working for me. From Guts, Shield of Faith. Be feasible to do a sort of melee caster? Yes. For the Thunder thing? Yeah, you absolutely could. Be pretty good, even.
Quiet. What do we have here?
It was Halcyon? Yeah, then it's Halcyon. There's acid only, which is even more limited to spamming acid splash most acid era. I guess you could be Dragonborn and do that breath weapon too. You got Icarus Corrosion there too. Chromatic Orb. Yeah. How do I keep the Dark Lady's buffs from Act 2 to the Fan Death, also keep the Act transition from counting as a long rest? So, you have the long rest there, Nate, when you were doing the Fan Death. That's the last real long rest. So after that, like, you wake up and you fight the monks, and then you don't rest after that. I went back and got the buffs, and I've not rested since that rest we did when I set up the Fan Death. How old is Cat? This is Jake. He is, he'll turn 8 this year. With the Mind Flayer Colony jump, we don't even need long rest starting Act 2 for any character. Yeah. That reduces the total long rests in the game to what? 2? Because you have the one to trigger the monks, and then you have the one leaving Act 1 or setting up Raphael, whichever one of those you end up doing. So, we have 2 total long rests in the game now. Hey, Forgotten Menace, thank you so much for the T1. I appreciate that. Again, lovely having you around. Very much appreciate the support.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey Nimble, how you doing? Subscribe for Cat. You're cool too, but also Cat, no, understandable. A good fight.
A passphrase, Sicarius, and a location. We should find this Candle Hallow place. I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. Best be on my way.
Once managed to telekinesis him from a rooftop, he didn't disappear. Ever since I tried to do the same, even though it fails to saving throw, it disappears. What, Dollar? He cheats. He is one of a couple NPCs in the game that just actively cheats.
For discussion.
He's able to do things outside of his turn that he shouldn't be able to do. Boulette is another one of those. Yeah. Sometimes even if you beat him in initiative, he'll just teleport anyway. It's like, wait, huh? Does it? Do more of storm stuff that's more lenient, focus more on the thunder elements, doing stuff like shock and grasp, wish bolt, fill in the gaps, thunder's primary. Yeah, like Storm Sorcerer as a subclass is really, really good. Heart of the Storm's an awesome feature. When you're playing into lightning or playing into thunder, you can do a lot of really cool things with it. There's... And yes, this hell has not frozen over, but there's an argument for a fun Storm Sorcerer setup is actually to take 2 Paladin, because that gives you the heavy armor proficiency if you start as Paladin. It fills in your martial weapon proficiency, but the biggest thing it gives you is you get Thunderous Smite. And Thunderous Smite, Heart of the Storm, is funny.
Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid. We've got rules and they will be followed.
Twitch said one of my messages failed. The last one I saw was the could do more of a storm stuff one. So, resended this one. I mean, most of the gear found rides off thunder damage, also rides off lightning too, so win-win. Yeah, that one didn't come through.
Just out of view. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
The approach, would you like to be more than a remove?
But by actually doing one of the murders from the list, this removes the requirement to lie. To the tribunal.
Moving ahead. Might be worth it.
So no deception check there. And Nesha there always has a speed pot and an invis pot, so I usually choose her. Why lie about murder when killing do trick? Hey Victoria, thanks for the bots. You could duplicate? No, Layla 0. It's just backpacks. Now, that's technically eventually as much money as you want, because each backpack does sell for 1 gold. So, it's one of the many methods of infinite gold in this game, albeit a very tedious one. But yeah, if you had both Halcyon and Minthara in your camp, you could get 2 gold by region traveling repeatedly.
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
Yours enter him to themselves.
Ready to do some business? Give me that. As for what that is, well, I knew you'd understand. Everyone's owned by somebody. Might as well sign up to be on the winning team.
Plus thunder damage gear you don't get till Act 2 3, Storm Sign Hat, Elemental Augmentation Necklace, Spell Thunder Ring. Well, Elemental Augmentation doesn't even have a thunder application, because remember, there are no thunder damage cantrips. Yes, Booming Blade exists, but it does not work with that item. So, that one's out regardless. You get Ring of Absolute Force in Act 1. That is nice for the concept, for sure. Is Terrazol just like a speed pot, or is there a difference? There's a difference. It's a haste effect, and it notably doesn't cost an action point to use. It's just free action, but it lasts 2 turns instead of 3. So if you were to pop this and a speed pot together, you'd have the benefit of both, but because the lethargic timers are out of sync, you would eventually end up taking 2 turns of lethargic. However, if you stagger the use of them, and it's also easier to do this with like a summon or an additional party member or player or something, you could keep looping them to stop from going lethargic. A bit disappointed to find out Elemental Augmentation doesn't work with Booming Blade. Ring of Arcane Synergy nice with it, though. The thing about Booming Blade is that I think it's overall a good thing that it doesn't count as Thunder for those effects, because Booming Blade, even without those things, is already monstrously overtuned. And I think that that's a bug that I'm kind of glad is in place. Because the real power of Booming Blade is that it's a facilitator. The fact that you are able to apply things that do spell damage, like these Spellbite Gloves, on your regular attacks just by having access to Booming Blade, and it's no more costly than a regular attack, is kind of broken. Before Booming Blade existed, the next least cost for that was... there was always some sort of downside. Like, you could do the once per short rest action from Karnas's sword, Cruel Sting, and that was just an action point, and that would do it, so that was a cool one, but, like, Booming Blade exists, so no one cares about that anymore. You were looking at Thunderous Smite, which is action plus bonus action, and requires either Paladin or Lore Bard, or, I guess, any Bard, technically. You're looking at Ensnaring Strike, or any of the other stylized smites, which are action, bonus action, and concentration. It's a difficult thing to achieve.
Perhaps you would.
But with Booming Blade, it's just like, I'm just gonna do it. And that's on top of it gives you upfront damage, and then it also gives you the delayed damage. Just does too much.
It will serve you well. I would.
Booming Blade's free. Free doesn't really need any bonuses to be good. Exactly. My personal favorite Booming Blade application is with Sorcerer Meta Magic. You can do Extended Spell Booming Blade, and that'll double the duration of any on-hit effects that you applied with that. So, like, you know, if you do that with Marco attuned to Lightning or with Spell Sparkler, you're getting double the lightning charge count. If you do that with a Rat Bat coated in Oil of Freezing, with Winter's Clutches and bonus cold damage, you are making them roll to not get frozen with every single hit that you do. Every individual hit. If you do that with Hunter's Dagger, you're applying double the stacks of Ruptured. That one's one of my personal favorites. If you do that with Purple Worm Toxin on your weapon, then they're getting 2 turns of Purple Worm, which is quite crazy.
Couple turns should do it.
Locked door has red text on it.
If you kill someone with that Booming Blade, and you have an Elixir of Bloodlust on, you get 2 turns of Elixir of Bloodlust. 2 turns of the additional action point. And so on and so forth. It's quite silly, and just sorcerers can simply do that at level 2. Kind of linking this into the earlier conversation we had, sorcerer as a class is meh, but meta magic is really, really good.
Present me well from
So
gifts.
there is a feature that is kind of hard carrying the class because of the breadth of the applications, right? And Booming Blade is similar in spirit. It's not that crazy on its own, but the things it enables and the fact that there is no real opportunity cost for it, you can just have it.
Approach, aspirant. You took this spirit's life. You.
Thunder Breath on Dragonborn would be really fun. I would like that a lot. Wiki says Spellmind adds its damage to melee spell attacks without downside hit chance. Yep. I'm using that on my build right now. Here, you'll be able to see that play out in just a moment. I'll hover over the combat log for you.
I know you. Someone will stop you.
When I hit.
When they do, I hope it hurts.
Spellmind. And if you do that with, say, the Rat Bat, it goes on both instances of damage. One Warlock, 2 Sorcerer can already double up the Boom Blade, get OP effects. You wouldn't need to do Warlock for that. Just... Two Sorcerer can just do that. Don't multi-class your Sorcerers and Warlocks together. It's a popular combination, but those classes step on each other's toes a lot. Unless you are just doing a Sorcerer dip for meta magic, it's not good. Or just doing a Warlock dip for, like, Hexblade's Curse. It's not good. Don't do it. One of Charisma's main stat. They're both Charisma casters. Charisma's still the main stat.
I offer you instruments which will aid
Do you mean for, like,
in activating
scaling your weapon?
foul winds.
Then yeah. The one level for Hexblade for that is an option. Jake is chasing his tail again. You think about Warlock Dip on Sorcerer or Spell Sniper Eldritch Blast to conserve spell slots. I think Warlock Dip on Sorcerer is bad. Unless you're going 1 level for Hexblade's Curse. But if you're trying to be an Eldritch Blaster, there's no place for Sorcerer on the build at all. Because if you want optimal Eldritch Blast damage, you are looking at 10 levels of Wizard, 2 levels of Warlock. If you're looking at Eldritch Blast spam, then consider like a fighter dip for action surge. Could consider all sorts of things. I know people like the idea of quicken spell meta magic to blast on your bonus action, but that is usually ignoring the value of things that you could and already should be doing on your Eldritch Blaster builds on your bonus action. That's like, if you have Awakened for tadpole powers on bonus action, that's a lot of things you could be doing, but top of the pile, Psionic Overload is extremely good on Eldritch Blast. That's if you have access to Hex, that's applying your Hex or moving your Hex. That's drinking speed pots. If you have bonus action dash, then maybe you're dashing for lighting charges with Speedy Light Feet, which gets good value on Eldritch Blast too. Like, Hexblade's Curse is another bonus action thing. Offhand crossbow shots to ability drain someone's dexterity to lower their armor class to make them easier to hit at the start of every turn. That's also on your bonus action. Shoving people into positions where you can repelling blast them more effectively is also on your bonus action. Usually people overvalue Quicken Spell meta magic by undervaluing bonus action. So, no, Sorlock for that is not efficient. What's the cat doing? He was chasing his own tail and then running into a wall. Strength's good enough to get a 16 anyway, so maybe no need. Exactly. Like, you can also just have the strength and scale your weapon off of your strength. Yeah. I had one Hexblade of Pure Sorcerer for medium armor and shield and curse, not beyond that. Also have shield without using a spell choice on it and Eldritch Blast. That makes sense. As the one level dip, that makes sense. Neat. Yeah, for sure. Had a tap up for a second. Did we kill the elephant? We did. We did. Think about Eldritch Blasting from time to time in a Scorching Ray spammer to conserve spell slots. If you're building into the stuff that boosts Scorching Ray, take Firebolt. It doesn't hit as many times or as many targets, but you can scale the damage on Firebolt way higher than you can scale at least individual hits of Eldritch Blast. Just think about it. If you're doing Draconic Elemental Affinity, well, that's gonna apply to the Firebolt hit. You can be doing Heat to apply to the Firebolt. You can be doing Marco Heschker to apply to the Firebolt. You could be doing Necklace of Elemental Augmentation to apply to the Firebolt. Those are all things that are not going to apply to Eldritch Blast. And that way you also don't need to deviate and take a feat for it. And instead you could take things that boost you overall. Like taking Dual Wielder to use 2 stat sticks at once. You could take Tough to make up for Sorcerers having, you know, being tied with Wizard for having the lowest HP pool. If you're Draconic Bloodline, you have a little bit more than a Wizard, but not much. You could pick up Alert, because it's always good. Shield Master for situational defenses. You could pick up armor proficiencies with feats, which is good. Hear me out, 12 levels of silly little guy. Alright, I'll let you cook. But, also on Sorcerer, you don't really need to conserve spell slots, because with meta magic you can give yourself infinite spell slots whenever you want. So even then, like, why conserve at all? Hear me out, 6 levels of Storm Sorcerer for Art of the Storm, 2 levels of Tempest Cleric for Destructive Wrath, 4 levels on either Assassin or Swashbuckler Rogue. Don't necessarily plan on doing much with my meta magic to begin outside of boss fights. What are the Rogue levels for, in this instance?
How about this? You hand over everything you've got on you, and I'll give you 3 ounces.
So remember, your Heart of the Storm damage will scale off of your Sorcerer level, so that is kind of incentive to go more Sorcerer levels. Now, that said, the presence of Heart of the Storm is the most important thing, so even a weak one is still gonna be good when you invest into it, but just clarifying. Consider it infinite sorcery points, tiny bit of cheese. I'm of the opinion that cheese doesn't exist, but I can totally respect there being a thing that, like, this feels scummy, I don't want to do it. Yeah, no, that's valid. Totally valid. And you do have Firebolt there. Or, remember, you can swing your weapons, you could shoot your bow. Bows do more damage than Eldritch Blast. Period. So, there's always that. Now, you can't target more than one target without doing many target arrows, but you could also just have many target arrows.
Very well.
Need something for defense?
There are less click-intensive way for infinite sorcery points in Act 2 is using Shield of Devotion. Act 3, it's less of an issue with free cast exploiting. You can turn buffer, Nate. Like, click the button to make the sorcery points while you're in combat, but end turn before the animation happens. it'll happen outside of your turn, so the spell slot won't get consumed. And you could do the same thing when making the spell slot from sorcery points. So often if I'm doing that, I'll just spawn Connor, and I'll be tanky enough that he can't kill me, and then I'll just make as many slots and points as I want, using Connor's turns. You can do that with any enemy in theory, though. Come here, chick.
All of my wares are tried and true.
Yeah, you could just stand on a roof and have Connor down there. That works. How much should I worry about AC on Sorcerer? Is a heavy armor dip unnecessary? Depends on your strategies. Like, you could go no armor proficiencies and go all in on movement speed and then make your defense speed just people never have the opportunity to attack you. That's a pretty good approach, and there is enough gear to support that, even from Act 1. You go Boots of Speed, plus Fleet Fingers, plus Crusher's Ring. That is enough movement speed, where as long as you have good strength for a good jump distance, and you even have Enhanced Sleep available as a sorcerer, you just bonus action, dash, and then you have that movement speed plus the big jump, and you just kite everyone. You don't need to have any defenses at all if you're able to do that. But to answer the question of how important is AC, AC is almost always the worst defensive stat of the bunch. Because better options are simply preventing the hit from being possible, or preventing damage from being possible or mattering. Just lost my solo run with a Ranger against Saravok, 30 HP left. He just pulled combo on both 4 strikes. Last hit was the biggest he ever done. Yep. That combo can do a lot of damage. So mad at myself. Do Saravok fight today? You happy to see any tips? I could do the Saravok fight. The biggest stuff to keep in mind is you kind of like Merkel. Saravok is a fight where you want to pick a lane. You want to pick an approach and stick to it. So there's multiple avenues. You could either commit to killing Saravok fast and then dealing with the ghosts, or you could commit to dealing with the ghosts and then Saravok, but know that whoever you kill last is going to be buffed. You could isolate Saravok from the ghosts to fight him without having to deal with them at the same time, and you'll fight him at his baseline power. You could go all in on your damage to try to blow him up before he can do anything. Or you can try to stall him out. 34 AC is enough that Saravok cannot hit you if you're going to try to AC tank him. 34 AC plus crit immunity. So that's an option too. His retaliation effect is only an attack roll if you trigger it from outside of his melee range. So if you want him to be able to miss you with the retaliation, only attack him from in melee range. Much like a lot of other humanoids, he's very vulnerable to be knocked prone and just hit for free while he's on the ground, so that's an option too. And it's another fight where being tanky is also a good avenue. Like, his Deathbringer's Assault can do up to, what, 210 damage unmitigated? But if you have resistance to that damage, well, that's 105. So if you have 106 HP and resistance, you're good. Like, he could do it to me right now. And if I did this... Alright, 105, 2 DR, he can't kill me. Even if he hit me and max rolled, which he will if you've killed a Bozzygal already. Can't kill me. Or, yeah, you can outrange the retaliation as well. Mark did this on a will run, where he was doing an Eldritch Blasting setup. This was a Champion Thief Fiend Block, correct, Mark? Or was it Champion Assassin? Might have been Assassin. I don't remember. It was a Fighter Rogue Warlock. But his approach for Sarevok was get at the absolute max range and Repelling Blast, Eldritch Blast Sarevok, which knocks him to a point where, like, he can't do it because he's too far. It was Assassin, gotcha. And keep Hostile Connor as opposed to Friendly one. Summon Connor for the first time with Mayrina not present.
The cellars are just down the stairs. There you'll find my old lodgings.
I don't feel like doing that right now, actually.
Sir, you barely even a chef.
Thank you.
Like that one clip where someone dominated Sarevok, moved him to the docks, autos danced him, shoved him into the water. I did that on my no-hit without the autos. Dominated Sarevok, turned into a Rothe so I could fast travel directly to the docks, bringing him with me, and shoved him into the water.
What do I think of Lord Gortash's...
Let's go to the vaults. Only recently finished my first full party honor. Got a lot to learn for. I'm ready for solo. From my perspective, Nate, you come across as someone who is thoughtful in their approach and mechanics, and I really think that's all you need. If you're worried about solo, then I recommend trying a trio or a duo. Just progressively downsize your party, get comfortable with the more limited action economy. Speaking of champ, isn't there a setup where you can theoretically get your crit roll down to like 10? So depending on the point in the game, you can get your crits down to even critting on a 1, depending on your point in the game. Streaking, the Fitty streak. Thanks, Mark. Hey, Cold Prospect, how are you? Hey, Sora, thank you for gifting sub to Peepa Ninja. Very, very kind. Duos are always fun. It's me, the duo stan. Yeah, Gage, so you see my waypoints? Here, I'll turn off my cam so you can... I'm good at technology, I swear. We have all the waypoints. Even in Act 3. That's the final form of that stuff, skipping the Shadowfell, plus using Feigned Death in the between Act 2 and 3 camp.
Girl and she's on fire. What do you expect?
So would we be expecting the Shadowfell skip be regular occurrence in your runs from now on? That's a good question, Faelorn. Maybe? It's,
Some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
time intensive to do all of this stuff. Could be done more efficiently than I do it, but, maybe. Depends on if I feel like it in a particular run, or if I have something specific in mind, you know? How do I recharge my spell slots? Do I respec all the time? No, here in Act 3, you can just go to the House of Hope and use Raphael's Bath and just get all your resources back.
May the gods take you.
There's also 2 long rest potions in the game before Act 3, and then inside Act 3, there are 5 plus Ethel. Ethel has a long rest potion in her inventory every single time her inventory refreshes. So you can't trade with Ethel in Act 3, but what you can do is steal it from her. So, in theory, you could set up one person in your camp to be a rogue level 11 rogue with reliable talent, so they can't fail on sleight of hand checks below a certain DC, and you could just have them go up to Ethel, steal a long rest potion, and then you assign a level up on somebody, anybody. You could respec and put the same levels back, doesn't matter. Then Ethel will get another long rest potion back. And you could just do that to get infinite long rest potions, if you wanted to. I haven't been doing that, but that's another way of getting as many resources as you'd like. Or you can down patch to 1.0 and just craft them, that's true. That breaks solo honor rules. There's no centralized solo honor rules, it's all what the individual is okay with. Some people are more purist about putting people into their party, some people are not. Like, for example, Mark does not allow anyone to be put into his party except for Lae'zel at the start of the game, because you can't avoid that without clipping through the wall. I'm more lax about it. I don't do, like, warding bond casters from camp or anything, but I'll allow companions in for story events. Sometimes I'll pull in hirelings for getting elixirs from Mirage, or for doing some polymorph dominate beast stuff for funsies. There's no centralized rule set, so it's all what you are willing to do.
Trap. Be cautious.
Settle down, stomach.
Trap.
Hey Andy, how you doing? Hey Rox, how are you? I don't know if you saw it. Oh, I missed it. I will go back. It's leaning more towards Swashbuckler because the initiative bonus scales with rogue level, sneak attack for melee bonuses, dirty tricks, mostly vicious mockery, sand toss, since flick is a deck save. Means I wouldn't have to take alert early on. Lean more towards elemental, affinity, or tough, like you said. The thing is, the investment for going into the rogue dip and the investment for taking alert is only the difference of one level for getting that initiative. So, like, at that point, just continue your class progression in something else and take alert instead of another feat. Like, if you went up to 8 sorcerer at that point, that's an additional 2 levels of commitment versus the 3 to get to swashbuckler, and you can just take alert as your first sorcerer feat. Well, actually have free time? Love to hear it. Missed a lot of progress, can't even tell what half those buffs are. Super long list. I have a lot.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Settle down, stomach. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. It's early. You don't have to do that.
Trap.
You don't ever have to do it, but I do appreciate it. Stepping into Barbarian with Bladesong Wizard Gale worth it. If not, multi-class Fenrir are worth it. So, like, if you are being forced upon threat of violence to play a Bladesinger, like, if someone has a loved one of yours hostage and is like, the only way I free them is if you play Bladesinger, then yeah, a 1-level Barbarian dip is decent. Barbarian Unarmored Defense is pretty good as a feature if you are already doing an unarmored setup, and you can in fact Rage and Bladesing at the same time. So you're obviously not going to be able to cast most spells under that circumstance, but it's an option.
magic.
Might need 2 loved ones held hostage. Yeah, yeah. Your hourly reminder that Bladesinger is in fact the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3. It does nothing well. Realize you can stack Bliss Spores and Rapture with the setup? Yep. You can. You can, but it's finicky. I'll explain so Say doesn't have to type. You have to have never spoken to Sovereign Spa at all to get the dialogue to pop up the first time you go near him, but we also have to make it so you have already gone to get Cole and killed him by the time you trigger that first conversation with Spa in your return to Act 1. So basically, when you go back to Act 1 in this, you go kill Gek, then you go to Spa, and then you trigger the automatic conversation, and you have to tell Spa you killed Gek in that first time conversation, or else you lose the opportunity. But you do that, then you get Bliss Spores. Essentially, with the going backwards tech is, like, story triggers can only happen once. Anything that requires, like, a script, like a complex script to run, it will only ever happen once. So if you want to have it on the return trip, you can't do it on the first trip. So, like, I can't do any more adamantine crafts right now, even though I did get 2 more pieces of ore, because I already used the forge on the first run through. Are any of those buffs from drinking the potions in Ethel's back room? No, not right now, but I can drink a couple of those. Add to the list. Like, I could drink, Heart of Stone here, but I already have Poison Res from, Protection from Poison cast. I could drink Mother's Loathing to get a bite that I won't use.
Can't risk being in open view.
You should start your own opinion column. I can do that. I was joking. You really are that interesting.
That mean you can get 4 items to do the crafting the second time? Yes. Remember it was a pretty chill run with some additional enemy mods? I remember. Ethel's pots are good? Yes, 2 of them are strictly beneficial. One of them is a massive benefit with a massive detriment after it wears off. And the other ones are all detrimental. But 2 of them are strictly positives. Heart of Stone is good to pick up. Make sure you pick up Heart of Stone. I like using it against Ethel herself, because you can just sneak down to her lab, drink it, and then do the fight. It's poison resistance, no downside. Totally still not seething about Ice Knife not being twinnable. I still don't know why they did that. I think this was patch 7 or 6 that they did this, but they made Chain Lightning from all sources except for Marco not twinnable, and they made all versions of Ice Knife not twinnable. And I don't know why Ice Knife caught a stray like that. Twin Ice Knife was just kind of cool. Do they work as elixirs? Nope. They are separate stackable things. Have you tried throwing 2 knives at the same time? I mean, if the goal is to do damage, I can do damage by doing that. To myself, but it's still doing damage. I just yeet Lae'zel after the first fight, never have anyone but myself in my party, as most people consider a solo run as long as you have fun, doesn't matter. Pisses me off, people use Warding Bond, Camp Gale the entire game, try to sell as a solo run though. Same goes for bringing a star to a Raj Potion to a lesser degree. Gale's just ridiculous. Everyone's got their own threshold for that. Personally, like Libra Tiger. Again, we can't claim to have the, alright, my definition of solo is the absolute true solo, because, like, how do we decide who's right? Again, I wouldn't make this argument. This is disingenuous to make, but I'm going to make it anyway just to kind of prove this point. I could say, alright, allowing Lae'zel in your party is also, that voids it. You're not allowed to do that. Because technically that's avoidable. You just have to clip through a wall to do it. But you can do it. Like, you know? Like, where's the threshold here? So I think, personally, live and let live. Everyone just use your judgment on what would be most fun for you. I personally don't like warding bond camp strats either. I'm with you on that. I did it once on a tactician save back before honor mode existed, and I was like, alright, this is a little too much for me. So I've not done it since. But I also don't police other people doing it, right? I'm comfortable just not doing it in my game.
Given the chance, I'd make a fine principal.
It's tutorial area, why should it matter? Some people say that the playthrough started, so the rules should apply everywhere. Some people don't care as much. It's an individual thing. What's so bad about Bladesinger? Alright, someone in the Discord wanted me to do this rant again. So they can clip it in clippable format. Timestamp 2 hours, 38 minutes, 20 seconds into the stream. Alright. Bladesinger's the worst class in Baldur's Gate 3. The worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3. Here's why. You give up all of your gear slots effectively in order to get back less than you gave up. Bladesong as a feature is a charge-limited resource that comes back on long rest that scales up its effectiveness at certain levels. It doesn't max out its effectiveness until Bladesinger level 9, so Wizard level 9 specifically. It's not character level 9 even, it's Wizard level 9. Keep that in mind, that's important. At level 9, you are getting plus 4 to your armor class, you're getting plus 4 to your constitution saving throws, and you are getting 3 meters of movement speed. But Bladesong turns off, or at least the benefits of Bladesong turn off if you wear certain pieces of gear. That means if you are wearing anything that is not included in the passive that Bladesingers get when they take their subclass in terms of weapon proficiencies, it also turns off if you're wearing anything that is heavier than light armor, if you don't have a melee weapon equipped at all, or if you are wearing a shield. So, that means the quarterstaff that you get when you start the game as a wizard, you have to swap that out for, like, a dagger when you get to level 2, or else you can't use your new subclass features. Cool. Cool, very cool, but that also means you can't use some of the most desirable caster items in the game, like Marco Heschker, like the Spell Sparkler, like the Staff of Cherished Necromancy. All of those are off limits to you. You can't use high-profile defensive items like the Defender Flail, which is plus AC and damage reduction. Both of them in one place. Can't do it. If you ever get disarmed, your Bladesong turns off because you don't have a weapon in your hand anymore, and that doesn't count. If you try to use a shield, can't. Doesn't matter that you have proficiency. If you're, say, Gale and you have that as a human, it just turns off your Bladesong benefits. Almost all damage reduction in the game is on items that are heavier than light. There are exceptions. Bone Spike Garb gives 2 DR and is an awesome, awesome item, but that's in Act 3. Padded Armor plus 2 is a light armor you can get starting from character level 5, maybe character level 6. Fact check me on that. But it only gives you plus 2 damage reduction to bludgeoning damage. Only bludgeoning. Outside of that, that's it. You're not accessing damage reduction on your gear without swapping, getting DR from like Force Conduit, and then swapping back. Helldusk Armor technically also works if you equip it after your Bladesong starts. But the takeaway here is that you are effectively deleting DR as a mechanic from your playthrough. DR is and always has been and always will be a better defensive strategy than armor class. DR works against everything, armor class only works against attack rolls, and you need armor class plus critical hit immunity to actually ensure safety from a thing. If you don't have critical hit immunity, you could have 99 AC, but someone rolls a 20, and you're back to the Nautiloid, because wizards also have the lowest HP die of every class in the game. Even sorcerers who share the same die have a subclass that gives a little bit more HP and helps offset that. And another subclass that has a cheat death effect. Bladesinger doesn't have either of those things. You just don't have that. If that crit gets through, you're dead. Sure, you can force disadvantage if you're always concentrating on something like Blur, Protection from Evil and Good, Cloak of Displacement. You know, you can force disadvantage, and that reduces it to a 1 in 400 chance, but that's still a chance that doesn't exist on people who can equip crit immunity items. So, you are running around with no damage reduction. You don't have damage resistance unless you are maintaining expensive consumables or Blade Ward, or concentrating on Stone Skin, which means you don't get that blur, and Stone Skin doesn't work against magical weapons, so, like, you don't have resistance much of the game. So your damage mitigation sucks. What are you gaining for this? Less AC than you lose. Because, again, you could simply equip items that give you both that AC that you would be gaining from Blade Song and the damage reduction. You could even get your Constitution saving throws to be better by equipping that armor too, because, well, yes, two of the pieces of gear you can use to get Constitution save advantage as early as Act 1 and 2 are light armor. That's Minthara's armor and the Shadeclinger armor. You could also just be wearing Dark Justiciar Halfplate for that advantage, and higher AC, and 2 damage reduction. You could just have that. That's a free item. You can simply yoink in the Gauntlet of Shara. If you have medium proficiency, just slap it on, you're good. You could just do that. So, you are giving up power to get back less power. You are functionally paying someone $50 for them to give you back 10. And a lot of people have convinced themselves that, oh, I get $10, that's so good. And bless your heart, I'm sure your mind is a great place to be. I'm sure it's fun in there. But here in reality, it's bad. And you don't get critical hit immunity while being Blade Song compatible until Act 3, unless you do very roundabout exploits with the Grimskull Helm, but that still requires you specking to get heavy armor proficiency if you still want to cast spells while doing that. Other L's of Bladesinger. You don't even get musical instrument proficiency, which I find very weird. That's just a nitpick. That's not really an L, so to speak, but it annoys me, so I figured I'd mention it. Your animations are very, very long, so that gets annoying in combats, but also it makes certain things harder to do. If you were trying to herd people with Minor Illusion, the animation on your Minor Illusion is so long that often they'll start walking back, and you'll have to just stand there clicking it longer. It's extremely annoying. Also, if you're trying to hit someone outside of combat, before, let's say, a certain condition wears off, or before someone sees you from a stealth check, because your animations are longer, you just get fewer hits in. That matters. It is important. Everything I've said has been ignoring the existence of the fact that there is already a defensive wizard subclass, Abjuration School, which is the second tankiest thing in the entire game, behind the Rogue class. Yes, Rogue is the tankiest thing in the entire game. It just is. Sorry, you don't have to like it, but it objectively is the most apt at reducing incoming damage. It can take the biggest numbers and make them the smallest numbers. That's just what Rogue does. But second place, Abjuration School Wizard, and it has none of the gear constraints that Bladesinger has. Its defenses are also not gated by a long rest resource. You just exist. You're just tanky. And you can, again, use whatever gear you want. Like I mentioned earlier, Bladesong scales off of your wizard level. So that example of Bladesong being plus 4 AC and still not mattering, that's at level 9. It's plus 2 AC when you first get the subclass, and scales up to plus 3 AC, I believe, at level 5. Wizard level 5. So you spend most of the game getting less from your restrictive long rest resource feature that only lasts 10 turns than a Swords Bard gets from a 1 Bardic Inspiration maneuver they can click from level 3. Then any user of Defensive Duelist or Shield gets on a reaction. Like, you can play Barbarian, run around unarmored. Barbarian unarmored defense adds your con modifier to your AC and allows you to wear a shield. Also, Barbarian has the biggest HP die of every class, An 8-con barbarian literally has higher health than a 16-con wizard. And plus, if you are going for high HP on your wizard, on your Bladesinger, to offset the fact that you have terrible defenses, what you're doing is you're eating into the other stats that you need. Dexterity is extremely important because not only is it already the best stat in the game, because initiative, because a lot of physical saving throws, because of your accuracy and damage with bows, and among other things dexterity does. Not only does it already do all that, if you are playing Bladesinger, you're doing light armor or unarmored, so it is always your AC. The more dexterity you have, the more AC you have, up to there's no cap. So, like, you really want your dexterity high. So, okay, if you're going 16 con, you can only get one other stat to a +3 modifier. You're probably going 17 dex, but this might stick out to you because it's like, Quag, where's your strength? Limits you to 14 strength. If you're trying to take advantage of extra attack booming blade like people like doing on Bladesinger, and people seem to think that Bladesinger is good at this and that you can't do it with other specs. You can do it a lot better on almost everybody else, but that limits you to 14 strength. Sure, you could use finesse weapons scaled off your dexterity, but that's still limiting which kinds of weapons you are using. And also, intelligence. If you are playing as a spellcaster and actually want to use a wide variety of spells, having the spells prepared requires some intelligence, and depending on what kinds of spells you're using, the effectiveness scales off of intelligence. Now, I'm not a mental stat believer. In general, on your casters, you don't actually need as much of a casting stat as you think you do. This run is an anomaly for me. I don't take this much wisdom on my clerics. I normally take 10 wisdom, sometimes 8. But in the case of Bladesinger, a lot of people like to build into their spell effectiveness, and if you are having to mitigate all of the areas of physical weakness, you just don't have anything left for that. You simply don't. So, you're more stat hungry than almost everyone else in the game. You get lower returns on it. You are weaker than every other class in the game defensively. Offensively, you don't get better at anything than anyone else does either. Remember, wizards are pretty unique. To get access to the entire wizard spell list, barring a couple of spells that don't have scrolls to scribe, or can't be scribed, you only need one wizard level to get the whole list, as long as your combined spellcaster progression gets you there. So if you wanted to be someone with access to the wizard spell list, who has extra attack, who has Shadow Blade, who has Booming Blade, you can get there by multiclassing, and you can do so while also getting to higher levels of AC, while having more HP, while having access to damage reduction and critical hit immunity before Act 3, and even in Act 3, getting it to higher levels. And you're also not constrained by a 10-turn timer on a long rest resource. There is absolutely nothing good about Bladesinger at any point in the game. It is always worse than something else. Alright, I think that's the whole rant. I think I covered everything. That was 12 minutes. Barbarian with tough feet plus amulet of greater health plus cleric casting heroes feast level 5 aid, things like 140 plus HP. You can get over 200 HP. Gold dwarf barbarian with tough with a +6 con mod with heroes feast and aid, 6 level aid. You can clear 200. And that's also not including temp HP. Hey Cam, how you doing? I will probably make a highlight of that rant and put in the Discord channel, because someone was inflicting self-harm and arguing with Redditors. So I figured I'd provide the information. Wiki says Draconic Resilience and Dwarven Toughness add +1 HP per level. Is that true? Yes, which is why Gold Dwarf is the approach there. Because you can't take a Barbarian level and a Draconic Bloodline level for the same level. So you'd be playing a Gold Dwarf Barbarian.
Very hand that wrought the truth of the crown. This is no... If we can collect the crown, find me later, and I will show you something truly divine. Oh, please, don't worry. Elmin.
I hear you've been browsing. What? She bids you come to her holy shrine in the Stormshore Tabernacle. If...
It's obvious when you stop to think. This is a conversation. Whatever you need, you only have to... Of course.
Class multiclass does Bladesinger better than Bladesinger. You can take... Well, first of all, just Warlock. Remember, Pact of the Blade Warlock gets extra attack at level 5. Sooner than level 6 for Valor Bards, Swords Bards, and Bladesingers. But you also get access to Booming Blade, you get access to Shadow Blade. You get gear proficiencies if you are a Hexblade. Or you can just take a race that gets gear proficiencies and have them from those. So, Warlock simply does that better as a pure class. But also you could go a multi-class of, if you wanted the Wizard spell list access, you could go 6 levels of Valor or Swords Bard. 1 level of Wizard for that spell list, and then take as much Sorcerer as you want for access to, you know, meta magic, give yourself as many spell slots as you like, etc., etc. And while doing all of that, you get Longstrider, you get Enhanced Leap, you get everything your Bard subclass gets to do. It's just better. That all being said, Bladesinger easily clears Solo Honor? Yes, because everything can. I've cleared Solo Honor personally as a level 1 character on 2 different classes. If a level 1 character can do it, then every subclass can, even the bad ones. I've also cleared the game no hit, 1 HP. Like, you can get away with anything if you want to. Doesn't make it good, though.
The old man wasn't lying.
Gale's right.
Time was, I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mistra again. The left one. I always wonder what being nervous would... Alas, recent... I'll only...
Ooh, Mistra. Any class can use smoke powder, that too.
So be it.
Not sure how accurate this is. According to BG3 Build Planner, it's saying a level 12 Barb with Tough, Dwarven Toughness already have 197 HP on its own, even without April's Hero's Feast. There you go. I don't know the math off the top of my head, but you can clear 200 HP on a Barbarian if you're trying to.
Back on mortal soil once more. I can't believe I saw it. After all this time.
And if you have 211 HP, there is no individual thing outside of one thing Raphael can do, if I remember correctly. There's nothing in this game that does damage that can one-shot you.
I knew the orb was no ordinary ball. That sounds like the door to redemption is open at last. There aren't many. If I could...
Hey, Teddy. Can answer get you with a high roll plus Vuln? If you have Vuln, yeah, but like... wasn't accounting for Vuln. What are your thoughts on Drunk Monk? I've heard a lot of meme talk being the worst subclass in the game, like even just Base Monk is good. It's nowhere near worst subclass in the game. It's comfortably the worst Monk subclass, Nate, but like, that doesn't mean it's a bad subclass. You get good features. You get a once per long rest key point refresh. You get a longer duration and no downsides of Drunk, which has a bunch of gear applications. You get a flurry of blows that gives you movement speed and disengage, which is really good. You get AC against targets that you've hit, that you've made drunk, which is key point intensive and not really worth doing. And you know my thoughts on AC, but it is a thing. And you get, as a level 6 feature, you can make an unarmed attack as a reaction when someone misses you, which is a good feature. Like, it's nowhere near worst subclass in the game. And anyone saying that is actually stupid. Because, like, again, Blade Singer's right there, man. Paladin subclasses are right there. This is your reminder that outside of Oathbreaker, everything you like about Paladin is base class. None of that shit's from the subclasses. Like, until patch 8, where we got Crown, it's just like, there's no reason to care about channel oaths, again, unless you're Oathbreaker, because all of those features are bad. And if you wanted a good spell list on a Paladin, you were best off sticking as Devotion, so you could be a discount Druid. But I find a lot of people don't think about Paladin subclasses because they don't really think when it comes to Paladin in general. And so thank you for the raid. How's your session? How'd it go? Still find it stupid that Oath of Vengeance breaks their oath for taking the Hag's hair. I agree. Like, the way they manage Paladin oaths in this game is extremely silly. But part of it couldn't be helped because that's what happens when you get a nuanced thing that in the source material, you have the DM who can, like, make rulings in a way that you get to apply nuance. You get to have the player try to justify their situation through the lens of roleplay. And you have the DM whose job, ultimately, at the end of the day, is to make sure that players have fun. That's not a thing with the video game. So Paladin Oaths were never going to be implemented in a way that truly made sense. However, they made some truly fucking strange decisions with oath breaks in this game. Again, oath breaking doesn't matter. You don't lose anything of value other than your ability to respec to a better class. But it still is largely nonsense. Scorching Ray to Death, the big gilded skeleton in the vault's nice. But can a paladin break their oath for another party member killing certain characters? Yeah. Remember your paladin run oath speed, you play like a non-committal asshole. Yeah, with Crown, you can dodge a lot of the oath breaks by just not really making choices. Like, instead of telling people you will or won't do things, just like, don't have the conversations, leave conversations early. And it's just a lot of loophole abuse. I'm styling here because I can. Oh, I missed. Okay, never mind. Oh, no, I just wasn't thinking. It's already wet. That's okay. I'll just give it another turn. Talking about an answer? No, boss from Valkrona is undead encounters. That's what Ansel was talking about. Oath of Shrug. We're swapping off Cold Snap soon, so I wanna get value. Need to buy water. Interesting. Applying it that way. That's neat. That's cool. What's so weird about Vengeance Oathbreak for accepting Ethel's hair? You're sworn to eradicate evil, show no mercy. Instead, you make a deal and let the hag go. Goes right against your oath. But what if the way your character is role-playing is that you care about vengeance against things that have wronged you personally? For example, Minthara is a vengeance paladin. She does not go around avenging the wrongs committed onto regular folk. She cares about her getting her vengeance against the cult, and before that, against enemies of Lolth. So in what way would it make sense for Minthara's oath to break by her taking power for her own cause? It doesn't. Because there are no oaths in Baldur's Gate 3 that are designed for evil paladins that are, you know, still maintaining an oath. None of them work for that. And that was a weird decision, because, like, there is an enemy conquest paladin, Oath of Conquest. They're a boss in Act 3. The aura exists, like, the features are in the game. We just didn't get that subclass. And, like, that even fits Minthara better, and it would also make sense for decisions like that break on every oath, be like, but actually not for Conquest. Like, the features are also better. I've done a playthrough with an Oath of Conquest mod, and it was really fucking good. I enjoyed it a lot. Just, I don't know why we didn't get that one.
You spot a curious
Remember, there's a DM on YouTube that called Paladins lawful boring. Second run I ever saw, Oath of Conquest, great run. Glad you enjoyed it. I had fun with it too. And me having fun with Paladin is not really a common thing. There's also an enemy Undead Warlock. We don't get that subclass. Some people have laid out some pretty good theories that Aelin is a Glory Paladin. Oath of Glory, I believe was that one. It would have been cool. Barkus and Gortash are Artificers, and we don't get that class. You know, obviously we can't have every bit of content, but worth talking about. The way I read the 10 is that evil has to be eradicated as a matter of principle, even if you could do even more vengeance by letting the hag go. As you said, Conquest be better fitting for the Minthara way. Yeah, like, but then how do you justify Minthara, who is objectively the evil teammate, the most evil teammate? She's a straight up villain. She's a vengeance paladin. So, like, it's a failure of application of mechanics, no matter how you slice it. Hey Mac, how you doing? From the 5e Paladin Handbook, Paladins who take the Oath of Glory believe they and their companions are destined to achieve glory through deeds of heroism. They train diligently and encourage their companions so they're all ready when destiny calls. I think, and this is secondhand, so pardon me going off memory. I believe the crux of the argument for Oath of Glory was that, when Aelin does the backbreaker on Leroican, she talks as if she has, like, it's very similar to the description you get when you break your oath, and she kind of shrugs it off. The theory was that it was an oath break and that off-screen Aelin has to go get that back. Which, you know, it doesn't really amount to anything either way, but I think it's interesting. Game devs aren't perfect is the best explanation I have. I agree with that, and game dev is hard. I do want to go back and highlight that oaths were never going to translate well to a video game. Because there is no nuance. It's not like, well, if you approach it from this angle, it's like, if you do this, this breaks your oath. That's it. It's an absolute. There's no gray area, ever. Whereas, at the table, your DM could make a ruling there. Hit the Aelin could barely hit anything that's a Merkle level threat. That's not her fault, though. Deadbeat Mom Selûne gave her a fucking +1 greatsword. Magical girl transformation, non-magical plate mail, and a +1 greatsword. Fuck's she supposed to do with that? Like, Char might be the worst, but she understood the assignment. Gearing people out. She's like, alright, all my shit is heat. Here you go. Would Selûne's Spear be competitive with Char's with Boon Peepers per turn instead of for long rest? Yes, it would. It would go from being a trash tier item that doesn't even get considered outside of maybe throwing it from time to time, to actually very, very good. Did I forget to... That's what I forgot. How did I forget that? Still have to buy one thing from a Bazigal. One thing, and I don't know why. And you can see Shards feeding the gauntlet. Selûne, not even a sneak peek. Take that, Bootbait Ninja Race. Aren't there statues of Selûne in the Goblin camp? Aren't the grippers out on those?
With haste.
Why am I going here? What's wrong with my brain? Grippers, yes. Head, no. So no head? Honestly, like that's the only time going the evil route is not just plain worse. That's false. Evil route is better in every instance except for raiding the Grove, Libra Tiger. It is urban legend that evil route is just plain worse. Evil route gets you the Slayer form. Evil route gets you the title of Chosen of Baal, which gets you power word kill and also a strong endgame ally for gather your allies. You know, -2 to crit and the ability to cast Stunning Gaze. Being evil gets you Minthara. You know, excluding the non-lethal route, but and Minthara is the strongest companion. Being evil gets Astarion his strongest buffs. I feel like some people have taken raiding the Grove being bad for your run and convinced themselves that that's the entire game. It's not. It's the one place where being good wins.
Hail, unholy assassin, sublime Malfeasor.
Slayer form is one of my biggest disappointments in my dirt run. It's absolutely ass right. I'm not just stupid. Unfortunately, Nimble, that was user error. Slayer form is very strong. I have done multiple runs constructed around the Slayer form. One of which I 1v1'd Merkel with nothing but the Slayer. No summons, no help. I was in Slayer form the entire time, and I didn't even have to pay attention. Slayer form is extremely good. But, much like some other things that get downplayed, it does require a bit of finesse. I might be the Slayer form's biggest glazer. Hey, Kels. Also in the Discord, I do have a bit of a short write-up on some tips and tricks and facts on how to use the Slayer form. But the outline of it is that you can build to improve your Slayer form, but it does also increase in strength from character level. So at level 10, it maxes out its power for the most part, where it gets improved extra attack. Yes, this is one level sooner than fighters get it. Most of its abilities get stronger. At level 10, even if you aren't strength maxing, which you can have 30 strength in Slayer form, by the way. 30, 3-0, plus 10 modifier. Even without getting to that point, your Slay attack, your regular basic attack, has the same damage as a rogue's sneak attack.
That door is saturated with necrotic
And you
magic.
can do it 3
Best
times.
keep my distance.
Also, you automatically crit prone targets. This crit even goes through crit immunity, so if for some reason you're fighting a mod-added enemy and they're crit immune, you just crit them anyway. If you hit a target that is bleeding and prone with Slay, you have a chance to apply Contagion Flesh Rot. Yes, this is the one that applies vulnerability to all damage types, and Flesh Rot applied this way can even apply to things that are immune to Contagion. So you can, for example, give Cazador vulnerability to all damage with the Slayer form. Also, have I mentioned you can have 30 strength?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Slayer get a buff throughout the patches? It's been changed a couple of times. If you tried to get value out of the Slayer form before patch 6, I think is when it got its last round of buffs, it was probably a lot weaker, and you had to do certain things. But they have buffed it multiple times over time, and as of right now, Slayer is extremely good. What I mean is that if confronted with an either-or choice, good is usually the way to go. No, it isn't. These situations being raid in the groves, spear or spare Aelin. So, spearing Aelin gets you some of the best gear in the game, so that's better. raiding the Grove is, sure, that's overall detriment in terms of you lose access to some gear that'll be in future acts, and you lose access to a lot of NPCs. But you do get more tadpoles by doing that, and you get an easier route through Act 1, because fighting the residents of the Grove, with the exception of Kaga and Aaron, is easier than fighting through the Goblin Camp. So, you get an easier route with more tadpoles, with some downsides. Whereas with Aelin, sparing Aelin, you get more XP, and provided you don't take precautions ahead of time before you spear Aelin, and this is something you can do, some NPCs die, but you can spear Aelin with no casualties except for her if you prepare ahead of time. So again, there's no downside except for the loss of Aelin herself, and you get some of the best gear in the game for killing Aelin. So that one is just, it's better to be evil. But let's look at some other situations where you have choices of evil versus not. And also your point of, like, you don't lose anything for ascending Astarion, that doesn't make sense, because it's presented as a moral thing. Like, are you gonna have him kill 7,000 people just to be a comic book villain? Like, that's a good evil decision. Sure, he gets stronger, and the alternative is just mostly vibes. But your example of becoming Baal's Chosen, that's also not true, that you don't lose anything. You do. Jaheira and Minsk leave the party, and they will get an army of Harpers to attack you outside the Temple of Baal. Also, any companions you have in your party that you have below certain thresholds will join that army to attack you when you go outside. And also, you are locked into an evil ending or a bad ending if you become the Chosen of Baal. You're no longer able to get Dirge's good ending, so there are pros and cons. But in terms of player power, it's mostly pros. So depending on your point of reference, could be better, could be worse. The point is, good is not cleanly better there. So, most of what you said is not accurate. I think you, much like a lot of other people, have decided that good is better because that's what you want to be the case, but no, it's not. Other examples of being evil is better. You get more tadpoles almost consistently for being evil. Siding with Nier is more tadpoles. Siding with Minthara is more tadpoles. Siding with Marcus is more tadpoles. Siding with Balthazar is more tadpoles. A lot of people have the opinion that tadpole powers are OP, so pick a lane on that one. If you think tadpole powers are OP, more tadpoles is better, is it not? Siding with Oscar and his quest is massively money positive. Siding with Leroican over Aelin is massively money positive. Siding with Ethel over Laura is massively money positive. Siding with the Zents over the Guild in Act 3, provided Roa is alive, gets you access to Roa as a vendor in Act 3. Now, I don't care about that personally, but some people do like the idea of that. Siding with Karnas over the Harpers in the ambush in Act 2 is a much easier fight. I did mention the Balthazar one, yep. How to get you here to fight you? Become the Chosen of Baal. I was having 6 tadpoles, 15 invested, better than having 4, 15 invested. I'm talking about people who actually use companions, say, not us. So that's usually where the argument's coming from.
There's an inscription on the ring. I don't recognize the language, though. Never wanted these.
Like, without using exploits, there's only enough tadpoles for 2 brains and some change. With exploits, you can get 3 full brains and some change. But that's not until, like, very late in the game. That also means you're delaying your tadpole power access in the early game, too. So, like, if you're trying to get a full party more tadpoles, going evil gets you more tadpoles.
Let's get this over with. Can't give up now.
I'm trying to be stupid here.
Sort of.
With haste.
It's gonna be a very broad question. How do you rate Polearm Master? I like it. I've been meaning to do another Polearm Master run lately. But I rate it highly. It's a good feat. I mean, 90% of the time, only tadpoles end up giving my full party luck at the power favorable beginnings anyway. The rest is my main character, then give some to my ally situationally. I mean, you are weaker by doing that. So, sure, you can have your preferential things, but, like, tadpole powers make characters stronger than characters without tadpole power. Doesn't always matter for much for particular plans, but having more tadpole powers does make you stronger. It is an argument for doing evil stuff.
This language before. Inscribed on
Does
the
Zentrum shipment also reset when you go back to Act 2? No, it does not. Not going to use tadpoles simply to spite the Emperor? Based. Genuine question, how do you keep your interest up in a run when you reach a point like this? Your level 12 can easily end the game doing quests. Or not doing it, essentially the same for you. Why continue? Because the game is fun. That's one of my problems. I enjoy Act 1, crawl through Act 2. By the time I'm in Act 3, I just want it to be over. Know if I can win or not. Nothing feels meaningful anymore. It's pretty much seen all the endings choices by now. I guarantee you haven't, actually. So, that's a you gotta have a more open mind issue, because I guarantee you have not seen every evil ending for every Origin companion. You have not seen the variations of those. You have not seen every combination of endgame allies. You probably haven't gotten every endgame ally. Some of them are mutually exclusive with each other. You have not seen every romance. You have not seen every version of every romance. There are reasons to continue and finish the game. You just need to, like, actually be willing to find them instead of deciding that you've seen everything you care to see. But it's also okay to decide you've seen enough and move on to something else. It's entertainment. You should do what's fun for you at the end of the day. Me, I like seeing different things, and there's always more things to see. Also, I find the gameplay fun. I like doing these boss fights. There's the chance of me losing in some of them if I try to do something that I'm not as familiar with, but you notice I'm not playing the same way every playthrough. I'm doing a different build or a different rule set. Very rarely do I repeat things. This is the first time I played Light Cleric in a run in, like, a year and a half. So, it's been a while. What I mean is, from a mechanical perspective, sending Star and becoming Ball's Chosen superior because I don't care about moral implications and solo honor. Well, that's you. That's an individual thing. Carrying damage on a last side, as course possible, requires metagame, which is why I said the intended good route is better. But, like, did you say intended earlier? I might have missed intended when you said that. Also, determining developer intent is interesting because, like, they have dialogue that accounts for certain possibilities. Like, there is Isabel dialogue that accounts for Aelin being dead. You cannot have Isabel alive and Aelin dead without metagaming, but there are dialogues for this that you can get in an unmodified game. For solo, I have enough tadpoles for my brain without being evil. Of course, yeah. I'm glad to learn. Thanks for yapping so long about everything. Yeah, of course, Libertech. I like yapping. I like chatting. I like the back and forth. And you know, different perspectives and different topics. I like it. I'm glad you're here. Very glad you're here. Very glad to have this discussion. Another quick question: what build did you do with Polar Master? Tempest Cleric. Gloriosa. Tempest Cleric. Act 2 is my favorite part of the game. Going back to the Act 3 discussion, though. Act 3, I do lose some momentum. I care less about the runs. But I still enjoy the game, and I like seeing things through. I've only abandoned one run in Act 3, but there have been a few where I just kind of get bored, and I'm like, alright, let me beat the game now, so I can get on to the next thing. We'll probably get there with this run today. Saw a new cutscene a couple days ago, felt terrible for the rest of the night. Oh yeah, I saw you mention that, Kels. Sorry. How do you spear Aelin, keep Isabel alive? There's a few ways. You could do Silence Spell, like Exile said, though they might have patched that one, actually. But if Isabel isn't in Last Light when Aelin dies, she doesn't die. So, put Isabel somewhere else. Isabel will still go to your camp at the end of the act, and you even have an option to be like, hey, yeah, so I killed her. And she'll still stay in your camp for the rest of the game, but the only thing she'll say when you click on her is, get away from me, now.
This calls for careful foot.
So wild that she stays, yeah. But she will not count as an endgame ally.
Slow down.
And she will no longer be willing to speak to you if you tell her that. Freedom of this game is so cool. It is. And I really...
Looking closer,
I really cannot stress enough that maintaining an open and creative mindset is something this game encourages and rewards. There are always things you haven't seen. There are always things you haven't done. There are always things you haven't thought of. Always. I probably have more hours than everybody here, probably. And I can still tell you that there are things that I have not seen or done yet. Even as someone who tries to make every single playthrough different. And that's also ignoring the very obvious thing that I very frequently forget about. My default way of consuming this game is solo honor. I don't know most companion banters because I haven't played in a party in years. So, there's a lot of that I haven't seen. If I eventually get tired of solo and want to start running other party sizes, that's another way I can change how I consume the game, and I can start seeing companion dialogues and such that I hadn't seen before. You guys are right, I can't have seen everything, it's 100% true, but a small difference in your cutscene is not enough entertainment for me to be worth an entire new runs. Maybe when it says, sure, I need to move on. And there's nothing wrong with that. If like, a combination of seeing a couple new story details you hadn't seen, plus playing a different build, or maybe a different self-imposed rule set, if that isn't enough to keep you engaged by the end of the game, then it's okay to not keep playing, because, again, it's entertainment. As soon as it stops being fun to you, stop doing it. Wasn't there once a cutscene access through mods about Karlach breaking the fourth wall? Literally talking to the player, nobody knows how to get that? Yeah, I don't know if that was ever actually, like, gotten organically still to this day. There have been people who claimed to get it, but they were lying. It's a cutscene that exists, and I don't know if it has been triggered legitimately. Next run, Will Gale Romance Duo Honor. I haven't done a Will Gale Romance run, I don't think. I've done most combinations of the romances, but I don't think I've done that one. Is anyone else not finished because they don't like stories ending? I'm sure some people. Yeah.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
And the trigger for that cutscene been data mined by now? Probably. But I imagine the idea is to actually trigger it. So, as of the original like discussion of this Karlach thing, I think the determination was that it should be possible, but it wasn't known why it wasn't triggering. But I'm sure someone who is more technically minded for the behind-the-scenes workings has the more technical answer. Slim X once made a video where he kills Aelin without Isabel noticing, and she has unique dialogue in Act 3, Gaslight her. Aelin's still in the Shadowcurse land, she goes back to look for her. Yeah, that's another option. Instead of like telling Isabel, excuse me, that you killed Aelin, you could just gaslight her into saying Aelin's still alive. Yeah, it's fucked up, but yeah, you can. I'll be honest, Act 3 also loses luster for me after I do the companion quest because the loot upgrades I want, but I absolutely love Act 2. There's still so much I haven't seen. I have all the origin runs to do still as well. Act 3 is my least favorite of the acts. It doesn't mean I dislike it, but it does mean I lose the most steam there. Often it's just like a highlight reel for, alright, here's the build I've been running, but at max power. And if that's not enough to keep you interested, then that's fine. I do want to stress, I'm not here to tell you how to play the game. I have my preferences for how I consume it. But ultimately, do remember that it is a game, it is entertainment, and it is okay to have differences in preference of what you like out of your entertainment. That's okay. Just in case anyone needed to hear that. You're playing the game wrong. Stop having fun. I know you said Blade Singer's the worst subclass currently. Pre-patch 8, what would you say was the worst run? Probably be between Vengeance and Ancient's Paladin. One of those. Maybe Berserker Barbarian. That'd also be in the running. One of those three. Hey, sure. Got enough buffs? No, I messed up. I'm missing a couple. I could have more. Because doesn't Zerker basically cuck itself in one of its primary class features? Zerker gets nothing for the most part unless it's raging. So, action economy-wise, that doesn't make sense, because you need to expend one of your long rest charges or 10 turns of being able to use your other features that are all placed on bonus action. Except for your level 10 feature, which you want to scale spell save DC to get value out of, and it's a full action, so it's less efficient than simply throwing your weapon twice. Berserker is not without use cases, and honestly, after playing it recently, it's better than I gave it credit for, but it doesn't move it up the rankings. It still isn't good. Reset the counter on days since Say's English is so good it made Mark upset. Hey Eve, how you doing? I think stacking buffs in this game a whole PhD course, never been able to understand that.
Just like the door to the
It's gotten even more complicated with the discoveries Say has been making. Like, we can now get Bliss Spores into Act 3, but it requires not speaking to Sovereign Spa until you have already broken the game to allow you to get access to Act 1 after you've gotten access to Act 3. It's gotten very complicated. I think maybe a maximum buff bar run would be interesting. I do think Berserker becomes intriguing with Palma's Wrath. Yeah, Palma's Wrath helps it a lot. For sure. Palma's Wrath might be the singular situation where I rate Berserker higher than Giant. But Giant is still extremely valuable even under those parameters, so I don't know if I'd go that far. Auto-prone and rage throw is ridiculous if you don't mind spending rage charges. It can be, Libra Tiger, but here's the thing with that. You don't get to do it as much as people say you get to do it, because you need to spend a rage charge and a bonus action. Unless you do the very popular Thief multiclass, or you have Helmet of Grit, or you do an Open Hand Monk multiclass to 6 levels in, or you have Pyroquictus Hat and the ability to turn that on, you know, unless you have outside means of getting an extra bonus action, you can't do that on turn 1. So you have no subclass on your first turn. You just don't. On your second turn, sure. But, like, you can already knock people prone through plenty of means, like going up to someone, picking them up, and putting them on the ground. Now, Enraged Throw works great on things that you can't apply that to, and that's really good. One of my favorite things on Berserker, actually, is if you just throw, like, potions at someone. Like, throwing Karabasan's gifts at Gortash with Enraged Throw is really funny, because he can't do his, like, reaction thing, because he's prone. So you kind of do double time, like you're fishing for applying your auto crits and physical vulnerability while also knocking him prone and making sure that you can act freely either way. It absolutely has its use cases, but it's just very limited in application, and the Giant just being like massively better in utility and damage than Berserker makes it hard to justify. But it does have value. Jor there in the chat is Build a Barb workshop on YouTube. So if you want some, it's not limited to barbarian content, but you know, on the subject, go check out the stuff. I only know about Berserker Frenzied Strike, which intentionally screws itself the longer it's in combat and uses those abilities. Until you hit Berserker level 9. At that point, the downside turns off. For some reason, it just turns off at 9. As far as Barb subclass, you do Wild Heart, Giant, Wild Magic, Berserker. I'd probably go Giant, Wild Magic, Wild Heart, Berserker. That is not me rating Wild Heart low. That is just that Barbarian happens to have very good subclasses. Like, some classes in this game just have just the most insane spread of subclasses. Rogue is eating great. Druid is eating great. Barbarian is doing pretty well. You know, the worst one's Berserker, but like the worst Barbarian subclass is doing a lot better than like the worst Paladin subclass or the worst Wizard subclass. Even, I'd say, the worst Warlock subclass. Like, Archfey is really doing nothing, especially post-Hexblade. Palma's Wrath counts as rage for rage attacks? Yes, Say. It does. You can just do the rage attacks. All the Wild Heart ones, you could do Elemental Cleaver, you could do the Berserker stuff, Karlach's Soul Coin bonus is on. it counts for all that. You don't get like the resistance or the advantage on physical stuff, but you get like the active rage things, and you can still spellcast. Can Eagle Heart bonus stash? I don't think that one works. But Jor might know. Yeah, yeah. I was nervous to do Wild Magic Barb because Wild Magic Sorcery would kill 3 of my honor mode runs. They have different Wild Magic tables, fortunately. The Wild Magic Barbarian one has almost no detrimental effects, and the detrimental ones on Barb are, like, nothing compared to the ones on Sorcerer. Like, the worst thing that can happen on Barb is people around you take a little bit of damage, whereas the worst thing that can happen on Sorcerer is you lose your run. It's very manageable. Almost got me to play the game again, got saved last second. Hey Merlin, how you doing? But say you can just Eagle Heart dive whenever you want. You can just do that while spellcasting. You could concentrate on Hunter's Mark while doing Berserker throwing or Giant throwing. And it's very, very, very good. Wild Magic Barb is the best build because you can dual wield Everburn Blades. Technically, Wild Magic Barb is the way to dual wield a lot of things that you normally can't. Wild Magic is also the subclass that allows you to keep your spellcasting while raging without having to do Pulmon's Wrath stuff. Some of those animal aspects in Barb are beautiful, though. Honey Badger plus all of Ethel's poison food. Let me go into rage a dozen times for my long rest. Oh, yeah, like, absolutely. I'm a big fan of Honey Badger tech, too. Like, Wildheart is an extremely good subclass. It's very adaptable, it does all sorts of things. I am a huge Wildheart enjoyer. This is not me ranking Wildheart low. This is the fact that Barbarian has 3 very good subclasses and Berserker. Hey, Cryptic. What am I doing today? I'm doing well. How are you?
Looking ahead.
I have worked too long on this ritual to have that brat spoil it.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Rather ends. Not as bad as it could have.
What's my plan here? Go try to stick Crawler Mucus to Cazador. Think we go Universal Res too.
Have to keep going.
Hey Alfredo GG, how are you? Get back to yapping in a moment, I just want to get into this fight.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I put Shovel there so that I could Bloodlust off a Shovel to still have an action. Resub? Absolutely Cryptic. Thank you for saving up the channel points and for hanging out. I'll read your message in a moment. Doing good, just thought I'd come watch some PG3 this afternoon. Hell yeah. If you had to rank classes best to worst, and you have Cleric as one Paladin at the bottom, what do you put between those? Well, that... So I wouldn't actually put Cleric at number 1 for overall power. Cleric is number 1 for my enjoyment. That's a different metric. 1 and 2 is Fighter and Ranger. Depending on the day or the situation, they swap with each other. But 1 and 2 is Fighter and Ranger. Put whichever one where between those two. However you prefer. Paladin is at the bottom. If we're going classes and not subclasses. As for the rest, I don't know, you're probably looking at Sorcerers towards the bottom, but again, this is not me saying meta magic isn't broken. It is. Just Sorcerer outside of meta magic is kind of shit. Even though Storm is one of my favorite subclasses in the game. It's kind of hard to rank everything else because they're all, like, good. Hey, Jor, thank you for continuing the gift sub. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Oh, what scroll did I cast? Sunbeam. The reason why I cast Sunbeam is while you're concentrating on Sunbeam, you are a source of daylight. This is not going to be max power on my Scorching Ray, but it's going to be up there. Not bad. Did not know that. Just concentrating. Yep. You are a source of daylight. Question, how are you negating heat damage? I have fire resistance from Reverse Rain Cloak, and I have 2 damage reduction from Dark Justiciar Halfplate. Not a noob question at all, Nibble. That was a good question. I have like a Thunderwave scroll. Lazy. Have I done Bestow Curse shenanigans this run? No. I need to find time to do that. I should. Reverse Rain Cloak is just a fancy way of saying wet blanket. True. Can they? Can they? Boo.
At the ready.
Stupid bats. Cloak reminds me, does the bag of molding from a copy not give you real rotten food? Yeah, it doesn't give you rotten food that you can consume. Unfortunately. Ooh, yeah. It's a shame. Gonna try talking to the thralls. I think I have to destroy the staff for that, so I don't feel like doing that this run. Ice Element, Abjuration, Wizard, Morning Frost, Marco, Multiclass, the Warlock, Free Mage Armor goes hard.
What this does. All right.
It's a route you could take. Personally, when I play Armor of Agathis, I'd go more offensive, and going... Retaliation build optimization, you're going to see a lot of this in my next run. I'm planning on doing a 0 AC run. My AC can never go above 0. But a big thing with retaliation damage is that some of the effects do require you successfully taking damage, and Abjuration can make you too tanky to where you can't take damage. So it can inhibit your damage a little bit. Agathis is not one of those, but Flesh Melter Cloak is one, for example. Flesh Melter Cloak, Ironvine Shield, Bone Spike Garb, I believe, all require you successfully taking damage.
I'll give it a shot.
In a way to get Marco without succeeding the DC 20 check. Failing that check would suck, which respecing just for that check is cheap. So it's possible to clip into that globe if you're persistent enough and bring a chair. But something you can also do is you can have summons try for it. Each creature gets one attempt at it. So in theory, what you could do is if you have like Scratch, Shovel, Us, you could summon each of them to have each of them try it. And if they fail, just short rest and summon each of them again. Because, like, it counts as a different life for them, so as far as the game's concerned, that's a new creature. So you could just send summons until they succeed. They're gonna have to roll really high, like probably a 20, because most of them are stupid, but you can't. What the dog doing? How do you make your AC go lower than 10? Mods. Well, you can get it to pretty low without mods, but getting it to 0 requires specific combination of status effects. But I'll be using mods to set my AC to probably like minus 50, just so I don't have to fiddle. Char and Retribution is not the one you need to take damage. Maybe? Probably.
What path lies before me?
Show something cool.
Just try to hold on, alright? Breathe deep and move.
If you send Companion Astarion in without you and you're sufficiently far away, Astarion will make the decisions for himself. Speaking of mods, one of my buddies got a nice chuckle out of your clip of Connor having Raphael's boss music when you summoned him. That's great. Love to hear it. Happy to bring joy.
This way.
Alright, hands off. I make no decisions now.
Tormentor, the one who's haunted his nightmares all this time.
Get your hands off me, worm!
Here's my dumb question. How do you maintain Shara's Aegis without concentration? So, Dark Justiciar Halfblade just wants Shield of Faith. Not necessarily Shara's Aegis. Shara's Aegis is a variant of Shield of Faith, but it just wants Shield of Faith. So I currently have Priest that's got Shield of Faith.
And I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you again.
And then, what will you be without me? A shade? A specter in the shadow? Devoid of all purpose?
You might have made me what I am, but I can be so much more than what you created me to be. But I am grateful for one thing. You showed me how to really savor moments like this.
Yeah, I pushed him to do none of this. I'm not there. If you're not there and you send Companion Astarion, he'll do all the dialogue himself, including some voice lines you don't otherwise get to hear, and he chooses to do the right thing. I don't even have good approval with him right now. Just... And yes, as Danny said, before anyone says it, Solo Astarion can ascend without a companion. Like, it's possible. He is actively choosing not to even try. Never knew? The more you know. Canonically a good person at his core, let's fucking go. At the very least, not a comic book villain. Like, Astarion is many things. He is canonically not a mass murderer. If you let him choose. So, W Astarion.
Is it over? Is he...
Why does he try to ascend when you're there? Because he's trying to offset, like, the emotional burden to you. He's like, stepping back. He's like, alright, well, you know, surely we can do this together, right?
Living in the shadows like parasites.
He's not thinking clearly.
Or you could be more than what he made us to be. You can choose differently, of course. But the consequences are on your head.
And what does it mean for them?
The poor wretches in the cells.
Calling Astarion good at heart is a stretch, IMO. I'm inclined to agree with that, Mark the Chief. Like, I think, ultimately, almost like the leader of the Gur spells it out pretty well. She'll say point blank to Astarion, no, you led an evil life. Helping us here doesn't change that. It doesn't make up for that. But it's a start. Like, Astarion is, and, like, if, you know, alignment's in the game, he's still evil aligned, maybe until this point. If you're gonna make it a game mechanic where, you know, it switches over. But he is a complicated guy, and he's capable of doing better, and has a real desire to do better.
Tunnels into the Underdark. Find somewhere, well, not safe.
So maybe that doesn't immediately amount to good, but he's not hopeless. Hey, Arena, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And sorry if I absolutely butchered your name or the pronunciation. Feel free to correct me. I like getting names right. It's a respect thing.
Watching me.
Greed because wants to be more powerful. Fear because the only thing you've learned over the last 200 years is dominate or be dominated. Right. That's why I hate comments like so-and-so's bad because they're all just trauma inflicted in their own way. And some characters, their trauma is an explanation but not an excuse. Like, you see that with Orin, Gortash, Ketheric, and Minthara, who are all evil people at the end of the day. They just are. But, like, each of them have had things happen to them out of their control that helped push them in certain directions. Like, Orin was raised in a murder cult, and her dad, brother, cousin, grandfather uncle, and crush are all the same guy, and that guy had her sister, mother, aunt, cousin try to kill her. She's not very well adjusted, but like, does she still bear responsibility for her actions? Yes. Gortash was sold to a warlock who may or may not have just been Raphael in disguise as a child. But, like, he's still responsible for everything that he's done. Ketherick experienced a string of horrible personal losses and was treated as a cosmic plaything by the gods. But, like, Aelin will even comment on this. They experienced the same loss with Isabel, but Ketherick just never came back from it. He's still responsible. Minthara is fully in her right mind once she's outside the control of the Absolute, and choosing to be evil. She even says this up front. She's like, you know, all atrocities I commit from here on will be for my own benefit. Like, they've all experienced things that it means ultimately they are still responsible for their actions. But the thing that sets all of those people apart from, say, Astarion is you can get a path where Astarion expresses a sincere desire to stop being the kind of person that made him. And intent matters.
Hold there, Spawn.
You're the good.
Exactly. Name is totally well pronounced. Thank you. Well, thank you. Again, I appreciate it.
We're not done. Not even close. My name's Alma.
See a lot of hate to Lae'zel because she comes off as a bitch early on, but like, yeah, of course she does. She's a child soldier. She's a child soldier who's much like Shadowheart in a very religious upbringing where loyalty and obedience are everything. But like, again, Lae'zel from the beginning of the game, she sticks her neck out for you. She goes against her culture, her indoctrination, her training, however you want to phrase it, to try to help you. Sure, she's trying to help herself in the process, but she is sincerely trying to also help you. So from day one, from the jump, she is on your side against her people the entire time.
And what do we find when we arrive?
So like her being a little abrasive, I mean, okay, sure.
Have you lost all sense?
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater crime.
And
good guys, sorry.
What of their fate?
Cazador turned everyone we brought him into spawn.
Their appointment in 2 minutes. See y'all in an hour. See you later.
I assume your children were somewhere in those wretched cells. You'll find them in the Underdark, although you may not like what you
Hey,
find.
Teal Trooper. Been a minute. Good to see you.
This is
Hope you've been well.
difficult news. We will need to decide what it means. Thank you for what you have done.
Orin's the most arguable since there's an element of mind control, but unlike Dirge, she doesn't attempt to break free or try to strive for better, so again, still evil. Yeah, there's moments, to your point, Victoria. Like, if you go through the path where you get the information about Orin's mother, and then you confront Orin with it, and then you succeed the persuasion check, you could actually break her will to fight. She will just start freaking out at the information, and she won't even be, like, hostile anymore. She'll just be like, and then Baal forcibly turns her into the Slayer and forces her to fight you. So at that point, she's not in control. She's not even choosing to attack you at that point. Now, I can't say that she wouldn't still do it once she processes the information, but there is an element of she is not entirely in control of her actions in the way that everyone else mentioned there is. So yes, that's good to bring up. Why don't you use the vanilla sidebar with 2-row status holder mod? It'd be very convenient. So many buffs. I just have had a couple bad experiences with UI mods, Corlin. Like, I don't know if you were around when patch 8 first came out. Every UI mod, almost every, being built on imp UI as a dependency and then imp UI itself not working, kind of put us in this weird place where I just stopped wanting to use UI mods, and I've not gone back to that old mentality. Hey, Veda. Logan Buffing Simulator Day. Thank you, thank you. Hope things are going well for you. The algorithm started spitting some of your content at me, by the way. And I've been enjoying it. It's been good, you know, I'm one of those people, I have to have a video on my phone when I'm eating or trying to go to sleep. So, thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Yes. It's
As two-dimensional as Aura is, I enjoy her as a villain. I like her stalking you. The voice actress does such a good job, for sure. The videos? Yours. There something of yours was in my YouTube feed. It was some Souls challenge running thing. Yeah, like the algorithm blesseth. I can speak. I think Lae'zel has the most excuse me, grow up out of everyone, because if I remember well, forget she's kind of a child. She's a rough diamond from the start. Yeah, she's like early 20s. Lae'zel's canonically like 22, 23, 24, something around there. So like, you know, not only is her brain not done cooking yet, but most people around that age don't really know who they are yet. Especially if they've been consciously and forcefully denied the opportunity to even think about that, which Lae'zel has. Will's another one, gets a lot of hate. Ignore the elephant in the room, I think is the lead outside of game reasons. Oh, no, we're absolutely on the same page on that. But in reality, he acted out of desperation, getting screwed at every corner because of that. And he doesn't regret his decisions. That's a big thing about Will. King shit with Will. As a teenager, a devil conned him into giving up his soul in order to save his city. And he still maintains, no, I did the right thing because I saved people. King. Someone pointed out Lae'zel is basically a teenager. From that perspective, everything about her makes so much sense. Her harsh attitude, just concealing insecurity, and stops her from freaking out about the tadpole situation. Yeah, like, her harsher moments are her lashing out, her not, like, knowing who she is, besides she is Githyanki. She is a champion of Vlaakith. You know, she's gonna ascend, all that. Outside of that role that she has assigned to herself, or had assigned to her by Githyanki, you know, society, such as it is, she doesn't know who she is. So a lot of it is her discovering her own interests, discovering individuality. And you see a lot of this through her romance, where she initially thinks that she's all about, you know, blood and death and harshness only, but like, she does like the finer things. She enjoys a sunset. She likes to cuddle. Like, she enjoys the arts, literature, song, stuff like that. Like, I maintain that Lae'zel would be a bard if she hadn't been, you know, grown up the way she did. Because she's also very, very poetic and appreciates the beauty in so many things. Her discovering the joy of choosing people to trust rather than all having a shared purpose. Crackiest daddy issues. Not even just saving the city. The last time the Cult of the Dragon started their shit, Blood of the Thunder came to existence, started what it could have very well destroyed several cities. It's an apocalypse level threat that got ended by Will being literally a storybook knight in shining armor. As a kid, by the way, he was a child. He was a teenager. Baldur's Gate 3 is actually a catalyst to make Lae'zel grow an actual personality instead of being a blackhead pawn. Nothing else about BG3 matters. I agree.
I'll take that.
We love Githyanki in this household. Yeah, more Githzerai stuff would have been cool, but you know, limited time, and the game has a lot of focus on Githyanki, so. I'm still convinced that Mizora told them the Duke was out of town. I think that's logically consistent, Mark, because we see with both Mizora and Raphael, while they are fair in terms of their deals, they absolutely go out of their way to create circumstances for the deal to be the only option. Raphael will even tell you this. The first time you talk to him, he says something, and I'm paraphrasing here, he's something to the effect of, "You're free to choose the only option you have left." Like, that's their thing. So I think it's totally plausible that Mizora created the circumstances where the Cult of the Dragon attacked, and Will had no help and had to pick her.
Breeze must be blowing inland today, bringing in the stench of the
Also, white hair Shadowheart's adorable, and a silly origin mirror to make her into goth baddie while keeping the white hair. I skip having that conversation with her, a Forgotten Menace. It's actually tied to a certain dialogue. So, Shadowheart's hair never changed here. I kept it as this one. Because I think the white hair looks stupid. Yeah, I said it. Ralph? Yeah, we're calling him Raphael now. Sort of assumed she did the first time I heard the story. Yeah, like, you do even have the option to, like, as Will is telling the story, kind of question some of the details. And it all seems very, like, almost false flag. Like, it was definitely, the threat was real, but, like, the existence of the threat was very much orchestrated, right? Where's Hat? That's a great question. I haven't been doing Hat. I've been having crit immunity. I never actually used the transmog mod. I know it's gonna take years, way too excited about Divinity, why can't it be out now? I'm of the opinion that games should take as long as they need. Now, I know some person just flinched. Some person who keeps up with GTA 6 news for whatever reason just flinched. But I would rather have a game take too long than not long enough, personally.
Helm is on our side.
We learned from Cyberpunk, do not rush a game. And I love Cyberpunk. I enjoyed it from day one. It should not have released in the state that it did, and that state put a lot of people off the game permanently. But, like, it could have released in the state where it's almost universally loved, as it is now.
To stop it. You're the cleric. Any ideas?
Clyde wants it gone.
You treacherous bastard! I'll kill you myself.
Started after Phantom Liberty 2.0 came out, great game. I drunkenly pre-ordered it like a week before it came out, and then the next day I was like, oh shit, I spent money on that? I thought about maybe playing it. Alright, I'll play it. And I played it from day one. I was like, oh, this is great. I didn't have most of the issues other people had when the game came out. I was lucky. I didn't have too many bad bugs or anything. So I was just like, oh, this is no buggier than a Bethesda game. But I really... Like, Cyberpunk has one of the few open worlds that I really, really love. I think it adds to the game. Like, it's almost like the setting is a character. And it really works super well for me. But then they just continued to update the game for, like, 3 years for free. And then they released one of the best paid expansions for any game ever. And now the game is very well loved. Everyone should have just gotten my copy. Yeah, I was lucky. Oh, missed that, Derev. Sorry, I permitted it. I'm playing DOS 2 lately. God damn, it makes me miss the inventory system BG3. My first experience with DOS 2 was post BG3, and it's so hard for me to, like, feel invested in DOS 2 because it just feels like more primitive BG3 in a lot of areas. Not necessarily the gameplay, because the combat systems are different and the build crafting is different and all that, but in terms of, like, several QOL things, I'm just like, this is worse, and then I fixate. Do I hear Quag talking about other games? I do that pretty regularly, but yeah, you do. Phantom Liberty is worth it then? Yes. Legitimately, Phantom Liberty is one of the highest quality paid expansions for games, like, ever. Somewhat infamously, when doing the press tour for it, in an interview with Idris Elba, they were talking about it as DLC, but then he made that apt correction of, no, this isn't DLC, this is an expansion. Anyone who played games before, like, maybe 2010 probably remembers when it was more common for games to have expansions than just DLCs, where it was like a huge game-wide change in systems plus a lot more content. Phantom Liberty is that. It's very, very worth it. Wanted when it released, but all the bug messing plans ended up waiting until the DLC came out before getting it. And was it worth the wait for you, Roadcow? Remember Throwing a Ball as a BG2 expansion? Mm-hmm. Throwing a Ball, Lord of Destruction if you play Diablo 2. Awakening if you play Dragon Age Origins.
Forget, blast it all. A way to burn their bones. There's...
People started calling BG1-2 Throwing a Ball a trilogy. They did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brood War for StarCraft. It's kind of become Diablo tradition. Diablo 2 had, Diablo 1 even had one, but, like, to, I guess, a lesser degree. But Diablo 2 had Lord of Destruction, Diablo 3 had Reaper of Souls. Diablo 4 isn't a game that exists, so I have no commentary there.
Latest Baldur's Mouth edition. Oh, dynamite. That
Diablo 4 called Path of Exile 2 these days? Maybe, yeah. That's not the right weapon. Alright, use Flail of Ages to put bonus fire on Rhapsody. What about D4 again? Is it that bad? I haven't played the game since like a month after it came out, but yeah. As of then, yeah. I don't know how it is currently, but back when it first came out, yes, I was extremely disappointed by it. It did nothing Diablo 2 did well, and also nothing Diablo 3 did well, but it refused to do anything Diablo 3 did at all out of spite for Diablo 3. So you had this weird middle ground where it did nothing that either camp of the fandom liked. Now, personally, I enjoyed both D2 and D3 a lot. They're games that did very different things, but I enjoyed both. So D4 managing to do none of the things I liked was very impressive. There's something I was gonna do here and I forgot what it was.
Time to get going.
Must not be important though. Hey Spider, new to the channel? Welcome in. How do you get into Act 2 area when you're already in Act 3? This is very recent discovery. Very recent tech. Exclam how? Tells you. But basically we layered two sort of glitches on top of each other. Two recent discoveries. The first one being you can use Feign Death strategically to get back into Act 2 after getting access to Act 3, but only once. But we combined that with skipping the Shadowfell by jumping into the Mind Flayer colony instead of going to the Shadowfell. We combined that so we never lost access to our Act 1 waypoints. So basically, by never losing access to our Act 1 waypoints, and then combining it with being able to get back into Act 2, instead of going to Act 3 after the Githyanki monks in the Astral Prism segment, we went back to Act 2, then back to Act 1, then we went forward to Act 3, then back to Act 1, and we're able to regain our Act 2 waypoints. So now we have access to all the waypoints in the game.
These boots have seen everything. Out of sight, out of mind.
These are the kinds of shenanigans I only see Quag pull off. Absolutely peak. Watch no other BD3 streamers. I'm extremely biased. Seihoke, friend of the channel, moderator here, you see him here, does dual language streams, English and Russian, is the one who discovered both of those things that we use for this tech, but a lot of stuff you see us BG3 challenge runners do is very much shared discoveries. And it's really cool, it's really hype, I enjoy it a lot. Maybe instead of Crater Flash, I do just go Spell Might for Booming Blade's sake. That'll be fun. Maybe the Nautiloid in the Upper City is the one from the beginning. And that's how we get back to the Nautiloid? That'd be crazy. Act 1 and 2 are all just a dream. I like it. Hey, Gingerbeard one, how you doing? Funny thing about Spirit Guardians is it doesn't break your concealment, and also enemies taking damage from it doesn't force you to roll stealth checks. So it can get pretty funny. While back in my Light Cleric, I got Luminous Armor to get Radiant Shockwave every so often when I cast Radiance to the Dawn. Sometimes get some with Radiant Orb stacks in the double digits. That's enemies being so close to Shockwave bounce off multiple enemies at the same time. So the cap of 10 Radiating Orbs was a post-launch change for game stability. People were crashing on consoles by having too many orbs. So Larian put in, for most conditions, they have like certain caps. But for almost all of those conditions, if you apply it enough times at once at a short window, you can bypass the cap. So with Luminous Armor, you can sometimes bypass the 10 Radiating Orb cap. Hat of Arcane Acuity is able to bypass the 10 Arcane Acuity cap and go up to 20. There's a couple ways to bypass the Momentum cap of 5 and go up to either 20 where the movement speed caps out, or farther for more duration on that 20 movement speed, 20 turns worth of movement speed. You could bypass the heat cap, the reverb cap, the encrusted with frost cap, the reeling cap. You can bypass a lot of that. Balthazar is not perma-hostile to me because I killed him here instead of the Shadowfell this run, which I think is interesting. You still get Char Spear. That I haven't tried to science yet. I haven't been to the Shadowfell, so I should be able to go in. But the problem is, Aelin won't be there. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Maybe if I throw cancel to stick Aelin to me somehow, but she's in camp, and you can't really get people into and out of camp that way. So if you travel back to Acts 1 and 2 after you do all the Act 1 and 2 items reset, not all, but many do. The game wipes your progress in Act 1 and 2 when you get access to Act 3. So, a lot of story stuff doesn't work. Like, scripts that have triggered don't trigger again. Some items come back, but not everything. Hey, let's go, Stoner. Could dolly port out? I could. I just don't want to risk breaking the game. Mind blown. Need to try this in my next run. Thanks. Hey, you're very welcome, Spider. Again, welcome in. We do all sorts of silly shit around here. If I remember right, this is one of 4 fights where most of the enemies you fight have Radiant Retort, right? No, this one, Charon's Wrath fight, another spot like that. Radiant Retort is not as common as it's believed to be. So, like, yes, it's all of the undead Charons here in the Gauntlet of Char have it. The version of Radiant Retort that's in the House of Hope is different. It's Fleeting Protection, and it returns as fire damage, which is easier to mitigate, and it's also only once per creature. So, easier to mitigate there. Definitely easier to deal with than Radiant Retort. You can plan for it. Like, you can put Callous Glow Ring on, for example, and just hit someone with, like, a magic missile. You only take a little bit of retaliation damage, and then you're free to use whatever Radiant against them that you want. But as for the other location, the House of Grief in Act 3, over time, Larian has removed Radiant Retort from almost everyone there, because people, primarily on Reddit, never shut up about their inability to read the enemies and not click the funny button. Larian kind of gutted that fight over the course of, like, 6 patches. So they have nerfed the House of Grief an innumerable number of times, but one of the things they did is, out of the group upstairs, only 3 of them have Radiant Retort. The tankiest of the guards upstairs does not. And then, of the ones inside, Viconia is the only one that has Radiant Retort. None of the other ones do. It's just her. I wish I had Moonbeam. Moonbeam would have been funny. A Quag. Enemies in Act 3 with goblin stats are scary. Oh, sorry, I get confused sometimes. Hey, Raph. It's big combat? Yeah, there's a lot going on. Need a mod just called Anti-Red that removes the changes made from Mighty Shield on a space and dweller in the Larian Cave too. It's something I've floated the idea for a while, and it's kind of my driving force behind I may learn to mod this game eventually, is I do want to undo nerfs. Character looks like Jennifer Tilly. I'm not familiar. Let me Google. Let me Google. You know, I can see it. I can see it. Someone random in chat, I don't know, but you're someone in chat. Boom. But yeah, one of those, one of the things I do want to do is, like, make or commission. Shocker!
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Excellent troll. I want to undo all of the enemy nerfs that have been forced upon us. Like, so all of the House of Grief nerfs, that means Viconia's Divine Intervention. I don't want that to be able to hit her. I want Sharans to have 10-turn darkness instead of 2 turns. I want their darkness to also damage me, as it used to. I want them all to have Radiant Retort again. I don't want Hope to get a free Death Ward for no reason. I want Cazador to get his full healing back. Who else have they nerfed? I used to have all of these committed to memory. But there's a few more things that that escape me right now. Leroican, unnerfed Leroican too, yep. Hey, Pizza Mummy. I'm glad the archive is useful to you, really. Very happy to hear that. Another question, since you're a pro solo run. I appreciate that. You in a Warlock run, ever used the Twisting Branch exploit with Magic Club Riders? You forego that? I've used the Magic Clubs. It's one of those things that I get bored of it very quickly, so I don't do it. But I have something of an unpopular opinion on stuff like that that's outside the realm of, like, normal gameplay. I think it's all fine. The only restrictions that matter are what rule set you define for yourself and what you feel comfortable with doing in your game. So, like, there's things that I personally do that others aren't, like, willing to do in their runs, and there's things that others do in their runs that it's too far for me. Like, I don't do condition locking, I don't do, camp casters, a few other things like that just, like, not for me. But I also don't run around policing people with that. Because, like, it's not my fucking business if someone wants to do that. So, Magic Clubs, it's not something that I, like, swear off or anything. It's just I've used it and it gets a little boring in my subjective opinion, so I tend not to go out of my way. Like, for damage I should have one on, one equipped instead of Rhapsody, but I just don't. Alright, fun's no longer allowed. You must now try hard and min-max everything. Do this, call it Deadly Honor, just randomly delete legendary actions. Pain. It's kind of ridiculous when you combine it with Hex and Psionic Overload. Killed Raphael with one turn with those clubs. Yeah, extremely strong. I did a max power Divine Smite run just as a like proof of concept for the most part, and I did use magic clubs. Let me see if I can find the clip. Do I have it open in a tab right now? I don't know that I do. Is this it? This might be it. Oh yeah, here it is. Here is a Raphael one-shot. The damage total was 1,123 damage. That's in a live run, solo honor mode. Like, not a testing save or anything. I just set up a build, and I hit Raphael for 1,123 damage in one attack. He's using Fireball. But he said Fireball's bad. It is. Bad spells are useful sometimes. Yeah, good question, what the fuck? Magic clubs. Try explaining magic clubs to your DM. One of the many reasons why I treat this video game as a video game. Because, like, ain't no explaining some of this. Yeah, so I have this stick that can kill God in one swing. Halberd of Vigilance is a cool weapon. I don't value it that highly relative to some other things, but, like, put it in a vacuum and it is a very good weapon. Like when you're 5 and you say to your friend, and then my magic club does 500 damage to the enemy. Yeah. Playing Rogue feels like that a lot. I've been roasted for the number of times I'm like, I have evasion. It's like, oh, no, I got a force field, you know? You're playing tag? No, force field. It's just, Rogue is like, I have evasion. So you just don't care. Like, oh, you're gonna do that? I have evasion. Why Rat-Bat on Halberd of Vigilance? Because Rat-Bat does more damage. But they have different use cases. Halberd of Vigilance gives initiative. Halberd of Vigilance is also Polearm Master compatible, if you're doing a Polearm Master build, and has extra reach. Those are all things the Rat-Bat doesn't have. So something doesn't have to be competitive in damage. Oh, hey, we have Zombie near. Doesn't have to be competitive to be useful, you know? I don't think anything in this game is resistant to force. Gortash is. Before transformation, He might just resist it, or he might only resist thunder, but post-transformation Gortash is immune to force. Fully immune. He's got 3 immunities, force, fire, and thunder. Any better two-hander than Halberd of Vigilance apart from Rat-Bat before Shar's Spear? Before Shar's Spear? Silver Sword of the Astral Plane. Because technically speaking, you can get that in Act 1. If not, then Soulbreaker Greatsword, because the Soulbreaker maneuver is that good. But also, it still has bonus psychic damage. It's a +1. Thinking about others. Situationally, Jorgorl's Greatsword is pretty awesome, because Colossal Onslaught can apply weapon coatings to a huge group of targets. And it's just a big fuck you AoE. Very Heavy Great Axe is very underrated. It's also very good because of its AoE. Blooded Great Axe is pretty good damage-wise. Though risky to actually apply. There's a lot of good two-handed weapons. Skin Burster is another one that I value very highly because you can get Force Conduit from that. So 7 physical DR is worth it having less damage than some other two-handers, in my opinion. What if I'm a Forearm Master, cause he's jorking it? I'm proud of you. Not just for that, but I am proud of you. Yeah, the Elder Brain's immune if you use Force on it, it's true. On a flaw with Rat-Bat, the additional piercing damage appears to vanish when hitting a target afflicted with Hunter's Mark. Can you put a screenshot of that in Discord, Linky, for verification? I don't remember that being the case, but could be a weird edge case thing.
It's been a long day. You'll need to rest soon. Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Quag's beef with Halcyon. Hate him too, this would be a great bonding experience. How much time you got? He doesn't respect boundaries. His priorities are fucked. He's a deadbeat in every possible way. Like, he makes, but the Grove, his entire personality. Oh, the Grove that you didn't save from the goblins, the Grove that you abandoned at your first possible opportunity, and then even after it's saved, you abandoned it to be someone else's responsibility? Yeah, that? Okay. Have I mentioned he doesn't understand boundaries? He will invite himself to your camp, and there's no way to say no, by the way, if he does this. There's never any option to be like, no, actually, I don't want you to come with me. If you're romancing Shadowheart in Act 3, he invites himself into your relationship. If you sass him a little bit when he's first giving you information about Moonrise and being the origins of tadpoles and stuff, if you point out that none of the information he's giving you is very actionable, he will just flat out insult you and be like, hey, that's not my problem, and you still don't have a chance to tell him to go fuck himself. Guess he's not Nettie, at least. Yeah. I dislike Halcyon. I intensely dislike Halcyon. I don't think that he's necessarily, like, a monster like the other druids of the Emerald Grove not named Wrath. Like, Halcyon's not pro-genocide like they are, so that's cool. Rare Halcyon W. My favorite character lore-wise. I really like Minthara. both because I'm down cataclysmic, but also because I think Minthara is a great representation of how you can have an evil character who is unapologetically evil, who is perfectly in their right mind, who is capable of empathy, who is emotionally intelligent, extremely insightful, and is able to form connections with other people based on, like, appreciation of their talents, based on mutual respect, based on outright love, all of that. Like, she is very human. You know, you understand what I'm getting at. She's an elf, but she's still fucking evil. Like, you could have a person who is a complete person who is still evil. I think that's a really good bit of writing they did. Maybe, was she ever wrong? Southland talked directly about how the druids almost locked down the grove. Is he ashamed or anything about it? Mildly miffed would be the term. He will yell at Kaga about it. About the Rite of Thorns specifically. And you can see the contrast in his priorities. When you could point out what Kaga did to Arabella, he will switch from uppercase to lowercase. Because he doesn't really care about all that. Good fire damage from heat convergence there. Hey, Happy Dragon. I also love that about Minthara. She says in game empathy is actually very powerful. That's why she only gives her trust sparingly. Just a well-executed character. She also has incredibly accurate reads of the other companions. If you've not... Here's two runs, the 3 runs that I actually recommend involving Minthara. Romancing Minthara as Origin Karlach is a big one. Kind of a minefield to pull off, but you could do it. Where you can end up at a point where Minthara is, like, crying and begging you to go to Avernus. Like Minthara. She's crying and begging. It's heartbreaking. Another one is Origin Will, where in the epilogue camp, you can have a discussion with Minthara and she'll be like, hey, you've learned how to be an actual good man. Like what that takes, what that means, what that looks like. Rather than just kind of playing at being a hero. And then you could have a funny little back and forth where you could be like, have you become a good woman? And then she jokes about, no, absolutely fucking not. And another one is Origin Gale. If you become a god as Gale in the epilogue camp, you can go in for a hug with Minthara. And she'll actually hug you, but she'll be like, if you tell anyone about this, I'm gonna find a way to kill you. I don't know if this is a hot take, not a fan of Jaheira. I guess she's basically a port for PG2 as an older, wider, badass druid. Feel like random wedge for another druid option. I am a huge fan of Jaheira because I have that attachment from BG 1 and 2. She's very much a character who's already complete by the time you see her in this game. You don't get to see an arc with her. She's just there. So I get there's less to latch onto outside of the nostalgia angle if I look at it objectively. I still, like, cried tears of joy when I saw Jaheira in the game. I went into this game 1.0, not having played early access, staying completely blind on everything because I wanted to experience it like that. And then running into Jaheira in Last Light, I was so fucking hype. And then I didn't think she'd be a companion. When she turned out to be a companion too, I was absolutely floored, blown away, absolute cinema, which I'm doing right now. It was awesome. But I do have that nostalgic attachment, so yeah, I get it. She was my favorite character in PG2, so... Only thing I hated about Minthara, but was fortunately patched, is that when you decline Ball's power, she flips off, basically breaks up with you. Yeah, that was annoying. I'm glad they changed that, Daryl. I remember that. So my heat is now able to damage me because it's getting the bonus from Rhapsody. So just having 2 DR plus fire resistance isn't enough on a high roll. But I don't care about that because Bloodlust will help absorb a lot of that damage. What else can we fight that's funny? Should I go fight... Well, Wargaz probably isn't alive again. Let's go to the Crush. Podcasting this my entire soundtrack is... Let's do self-trial. It's funny, it's just kind of like default generated enemies there, Izzy. And one of them is stuck in a wall. Love Minsk, by the way, and Boo even more. Yeah, Minsk and Boo are fun. I still have the horn for the ogres. No, I sold it to Blurg, and the ogres are still dead in Grimforge, where I summoned them. Excerpt from a Halcyon rant I read. Halcyon just wants to fuck everything with his massive heretic. Do you know he used to be a drow sex slave? He'll gleefully tell you that. Do you know he wants to fuck Shadowheart's massive heretic? Gleefully tell you that, of course he will. It's literally the only interesting thing he has to say in the entirety of Act 3. Yeah, I mean, he has no purpose in the story at all after the Shadow Curse. And, like, even his involvement with that is cursory. There's a lot of cut Halcyon content that would have fleshed out his character that I don't know why they cut it and replaced it with nothing. But they did it. Like, in at least a past draft of the story, he was the one who killed Isabel. Accidentally, like he didn't want to do it. Things just happened that way, but he was the one who killed Isabel. But they cut that. So it's just like hinted at and never confirmed in the current draft. Which I think is a shame. I walked too far. I wasn't actually trying to trigger this yet. Okay, there we go. Oh, they're fighting the Grimishka in there. It's funny. He also invites himself into a relationship with Astarion. Is that anything? Yeah, sure.
This calls for careful footwork. What path lies before me?
I want to be concentrating on protection from evil and good. Yes, I used a 3rd level spell slot on that. It's fine. Okay, good fight. I don't think that will work again. A quest item. But I'm not actually sure of that. I have clipped through this before. I did it on no dialogue.
Looks like the barrier's turned off. Lucky me.
No, the barrier has not turned off. Yeah, so I had to clip through this in my no dialogue run. I guess if I was that curious to go over to a Wargaz's room, I could do that again, but I'm not that curious.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
Lore. Can I get you too? Really, I can also get you. Perfect.
Hope your soul is in good hands. Another step forward.
Second Blood of the Thunder would be nice.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Wouldn't really get extra value other than it's a +3 mace, but like Divine Intervention mace does that better, right? The mage hands are also hostile. That's funny. I've never had these mage hands in combat before. That's cool. I wonder what they'll do. I'm gonna let them get a turn. Another Ring of Ellie infusion. Do those stack? Have I tested that? I don't know if I have. Let's find out. You can toggle your dual wield on when waiting for your opportunity attack prompt. Pretty nifty. Okay, yeah, there's no logical way that that would stack anyway. So, good to confirm. They're not attacking me because of my DR? How about now? Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's what it was. What I want my personal divine intervention to be? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Oh yeah, another interesting thing about this state is it makes mage hands and scrying eyes actually have physical bodies. They don't, like, fizzle out. I don't think that's useful, it's just interesting.
Don't waste a step. Out of sight. Out of mind. Have to keep going.
Ooh, these tadpoles come back. So far we've found 5 tadpoles that you get across New Game Plus. The 2 from the barrel in Act 2, and then the 3 in this room.
to sleep.
Quag summons IRL Minthara to bully him on stream. That's a very good read. I would do that. My deity, please send me a big lady that'll pick me up and carry me around. Oh no, it'd be so bad if a woman with a rigorous gym routine and some anger issues would appear here right now. That'd be really bad. I'd be so upset. I don't know what I would do.
Trap. Be cautious.
I just want a little.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Never picked up the egg before. What happens if I pick it up now? Enabler. Bring me the egg. No, bring that egg back here. For no summon run without glitching into globe, there is no way to guaranteed Marco. What alternative you recommend for a Scorching Ray Sorcerer? Currently thinking Fowler and Vicone's Shield. Rhapsody. Rhapsody's +3 to attack rolls and damage rolls. So, Rhapsody for sure. You could stick with Spell Sparkler on the other hand if you want to. Like, lightning charges are good. Damage on each hit. Occasional bursts. Accuracy most of the time. More sustainable than Fowler. But neither of the options you listed are bad.
There's a trap.
You can see a vague outline.
Staff from Raphzone for Arcane Battery. That's not really an item that I would say to equip for long periods of time. That's an item you use to use Arcane Battery, and then you switch to something that actually helps you. But I take Rhapsody and Vicone's Shield over dual wielding, right? I mean, depends. Vicone's Shield is pretty good defensively, but, like, it does nothing for you offensively. So if you're trying to improve your offensive output, you would still be using other things. As I said, Spell Sparkler. As you said, Fowler. If you get a Magic Club, there's that, but obviously, you know, we had that whole discussion about that's kind of far for some people. That would be Magic Club, Daredevil Gloves as an option. Return from therapy. Welcome back, Eve. Good job taking care of yourself. No, Derek doesn't have money. Assume you went Wood Elf over Wood Half Elf because clerics already have shield proficiency, although generally not important. The perception bonus marginal value over the weapon proficiencies. Perception had nothing to do with it. It was so I could get an Elven Elegance Elixir. That was the primary thing. Also, Elven weapon proficiencies mattered more here than human weapon proficiencies. Perception is never a factor. Could fight some Jithyanki. We can fight Orin. We can fight Ethel. Let's go to Hell first. Alright, so once we beat Orin, we could, like, go beat the game, whatever. Oh, I have to make sure that my save actually lets me back into Rivington, because I did crash 2-3 times trying to fast travel there. So I guess I should try walking in there. Do that after we use the bath. Good, AO3 is back in today. Oh, was it down? What is AO3? Archive of Our Own, the fanfiction site. Maintenance today, gotcha. It's just me, does armor persistence feel a little lackluster, what it seems should be? I think that's just you. Armor persistence is very good. High base AC, heavy armor with magical plate DR, so that's 2 global DR. Built-in resistance cantrip, built-in blade ward permanently. That's all very, very good. Was Steam maintenance last night or tonight? Usually Tuesdays, right? So, what's today? Today's Wednesday, so it should have been last night. Although I'm a certified Halcyon hater, where does it mention he lacks personal hygiene? Minsk confirms that he smells. Minsk has a dialogue about it. Also, the first time you see him, he's covered in guts, and you never see him clean them off. Minsk has dialogue in Act 3 confirming that Halcyon does in fact smell awful, and Lae'zel has the same for Gortash. Minsk also says that Boo can talk. We don't know that Boo can't. Okay, so my game didn't want me to fast travel to this map earlier.
How much further can I go?
We seem to be good now. What do you think of Spell Seeking Gloves, House 6Ls? They're funny. Actually, no, you're not talking about Gemini Gloves. Spell Seeking? Bad. Spending a sorcery point for advantage at the cost of your glove slot is a very bad exchange. Glove slot is very competitive. You kind of have to have a good effect to justify giving up the glove slot, in my opinion, and that is nowhere near a good effect. Gemini gloves are good, but the problem is they're also competing for glove slot, and you get the effect once. After which, it's like, okay, switch. Any fans of Vox Machina? So, I find the characters in the Vox Machina animated series incredibly frustrating. It's like the thing was written for children. I found them all intensely frustratingly unlikable. I realize that might not be a popular take. I like Mighty 9 a lot more, though. Mighty 9's cool. Mostly because Mighty 9 feels like it doesn't think I'm a fucking idiot.
What's inside?
I could risk hearing here. It's better than Helldusk, though. Several armors are. Adamantine Splint is better than Helldusk. Persistence is better than Helldusk. Also, different things do have situational applications, but yes. Helldusk is 1 more, 2 more AC if you have defense fighting style, then persistence, and 1 more DR. And you get burning immunity and a damage retort that is sometimes useful, sometimes detrimental. Persistence gives you Blade Ward passively. That is half damage from the 3 most common incoming damage types in the game. It also gives you the resistance cantrip passively, which is plus 1d4 on saving throws. Those things are both more valuable than 1 DR, at least when physical damage is involved, and more valuable than 1 or 2 AC by a lot. Right, Helldusk, Persistence, Adamantine, those are the top 3. Adamantine first, Persistence second, Helldusk third. Reason why Adamantine first is gear slot efficiency. It has decent AC, it has 2 DR, and it has critical hit immunity in your chest slot, meaning you don't need to commit any other slots to getting critical hit immunity, and you still have DR. With its serviceable AC plus reeling, it makes it so any melee heavy hitters that have extra attack are struggling to hit you after the first time, if they hit you on the first time. Let's say it's someone like Sarevok, who is maybe attacking 3 or 4 times. Let's say he misses you the first time, hits you the second time, then his third one is almost assured to miss, and then he has to roll basically neutrally to hit you the 4th time. And being able to just get your crit immunity here means you can be completely safe and instead use your hat slot on things like mobility, action economy, damage if you're doing something where like Horns of the Berserker or Scabby Pugilist Circlet work. And Blazing Blade of the Marshal, I think in a vacuum is better than Helldusk, but Helldusk is around more. Helldusk is available for more of the game. Blade of the Marshal is hard to quantify, but yeah, it's very good. And like the thing about Emblazoned Blade of the Marshal is you have to kill Duke Ravengard to get it, and that's something that isn't organic for most runs. But yeah, as you said, in a vacuum. So in one of my playthroughs, I'm doing a Ranger, Knight, Hunter, gonna do 12 full levels of Hunter Ranger. Nice. With a good combo, pre-act 3, be Titan String Bow, Hill Giant Club, Adamantine Splint, Swap, Persistence, Armor, and Deadshot. I mean, Titan String is going to be your damage leader the entire game. Deadshot is never better. Deadshot is slightly more accurate, and it's good for stat stick purposes, because it gives you a minus crit to all of your attack rolls, not necessarily just itself. But like, if you care about just damage, Titan String's stronger the whole time. Hill Giant Club's not worth it, because like, what if you just had naturally good strength and free up that gear slot, right? But yeah, Adamantine Splint is incredible the entire game. I often use it in entire playthroughs. It will never steer you wrong. Sacred Flame just hit for 36 damage. Evo Wiz, my beloved. Hell yeah, Benji. Evo Wiz is sick. I guess I did forget. I should have Floric peg me. Yes, you heard me.
Seems simple enough.
Eventual plan is replaced with Hill Giant Gauntlets, dual with static melee once I'm in Act 3. I'm not sure anything pre-Act 3 served better than the limited Hill Giant Elixirs since Apple's gone. Only source I think of is Dareth. Okay, so all of your plans here, Forgotten Menace, have been to outsource having a good strength stat to other places. Don't do that. Have a good strength stat. So, like, if you have 16 strength to start, let's say. If you allow yourself the Potion of Everlasting Vigor, that's 18 strength base. That's the same modifier as Hill Giant Club without you having to do anything. You just have that. Meaning you don't need to give up gear slots. And your glove slot is one of the most impactful on your damage output. Before Act 3, you've got the Flawed Helldust gloves, which are giving you a very good chunk of damage. In Act 3, you have the full Helldust gloves and the Crater Flesh gloves, which are giving you massive damage. And Crater Flesh gloves are the best in slot for damage. If an attack roll is an attack roll, Crater Flesh gloves are the winner for damage. Obviously, this is only on crits, so a lot of people do like just going Helldust gloves because this does a lot. It's damage, it's accuracy, it's spell save DC, it's another spell you can use. It's bleed if you weave in some unarmed or throwing. Like, very good, but giving up your glove slot for Hill Giant gloves is wasteful. Most of the time. Just have good strength. And for the same reason, giving up your elixir slot for a strength elixir is also wasteful, because that means you're not using other elixirs, like Bloodlust, for example, which action economy is amazing, as we all know. I'm a big proponent of just having naturally high strength, so you don't need to give up any elixirs or gear slots.
It's over.
If you end up doing something like taking Heavy Armor Master for a feat, then you could start at 17 strength, go to 18 with Ham, and then you could be at 20 with Everlasting Vigor if you decided to go that route.
It's over. You might have unlocked my cell. There's no escape from this place. Lead. I'll seek out my connect. Well.
I'd be dumping Int was Charisma, just going Strength Dex Con, buffing out those three. You'd be going Strength and Dex for sure. You have no reason to ever dump those, really. But ask yourself, what does Intelligence and Charisma do for you on a Ranger? And then ask yourself, what does Wisdom do for you on a Ranger? The answer, in a majority of cases, for all three of those, is nothing. So you don't need those stats, right? Ranger spellcast with Wisdom, though? For what spells? What spells are you going to cast? And which spells care? Like, your Hunter's Mark doesn't care how much your Wisdom is. Your Spike Growth doesn't care. Your Enhanced Leap and Longstrider don't care. Your Daylight doesn't care. Your Protection from Evil and Good doesn't care. Your Find Familiar doesn't care. It barely matters on Ensnaring Strike because you can take Bounty Hunter to force disadvantage. Extremely based 17, 16, 15, 8, 8, 8 split. You could absolutely do that. You could do 17, 16, 14, 8, 10, 8, or 8, 8, 10. Like, either, but I do tend to use Hail of Thorns, though slightly infrequently. Okay, you can still make that stick pretty well without any wisdom. Like, I would only say take Wisdom on a Ranger if you are leaning extremely heavily into Conjure Barrage, Lightning Arrow, or Sacred Flame. If you don't plan on doing any of those things extensively, you don't need the Wisdom.
Let's move.
Get my stuff back.
Keep
So that's been my
focused.
workaround lately for this. Like, I'll give Floric the items to get her attitude, and then I'll put them in the bag, then I'll just take control and have her throw the bag, and I pick it back up.
Best be on my way.
Lightning charges at 5-stack burst as a DRS. It's its own instance, yes. The damage is 1d8 plus 1 because you have lightning charges. And it gets things like Callous Glow, Rhapsody, all that. Lightning burst is good. Can Venerate equip things, cast Shield of Faith, Sword of Justice? I haven't tried, Zephyr. Worth looking into. Makes sense then, so Act 2, maybe get Harmonium Halberd, Mighty Claw for 20 strength, go into full Dex Con. You could absolutely do that. Harmonium Halberd's a good choice if you aren't using your shield slot for something like, I often end up using Sentinel Shield for initiative, while I'm using some kind of stat stick in the other hand, maybe Morning Frost for boosting ice arrows, something. But yeah, Harmonium Halberd, excuse me, is a good choice, because then you could get to that comfy 20 or even 22 strength. So that's a good shout. Do I not have any vigilance? It's crazy, why don't I? Oh no, they're there. Still not many.
Let's get going.
Anything worth concentrating on here? No, not really. Do I have my Arsoil? I do have my Arsoil. Is it odd that I like summoning Scratch, casting Shield Thralls on him, so hopefully he gets hits on his enemies? No, it's not bad at all. It's a good strat. Just lost a Diablo 4 hardcore season character. Early games, want to do a world event is the one where you kill things, collect souls. Want to basically continue to stream of spiders, collectively stack chilled. And the best geared character possible would have died to it, literally frozen the entire time. Ooh, that sucks. Is it a good game yet, Wrath? We were talking about it a little earlier. I don't know if it's a good game yet or not. I wasn't equipped to answer the question. As far as I know, the only shields I would benefit from are the Safeguard Shield, Lumistrand Shield, as far as the sled board. Sentinel Shield. Don't forget. Initiative. If you want to outspeed your gear, guaranteed, that's, you gotta hit plus 11. So even with 16 dex and alert, that's not enough. Sentinel Shield gets you there, though. Without needing to give up your elixir slot, meaning you could stay on Bloodlust for action economy. There's cases for Sentinel. The shield from Tally that, what is it, Shield of Devotion? That's also a valid option. Shield of Scorching Reprisal can be good from time to time. In Act 3, you could dual wield stat sticks as well. It's always an option. Conditions almost going across the screen. Yeah, I forgot some of my buffs. Not my best work. I'll do better next time. Passable game in its current state, more incentive to play in the Eternal Realm. That accounts towards Battle Pass progress. Now directly choose the affix, you wish to temper on an item, you rule it. Once some rare items 3 times the legendaries. Like, in terms of playable content, is there, like, stuff to do other than Nightmare Dungeons now? I haven't played since, like, month 2. Would you consider Gauntermail generally worse than Tide String as well as a Hunter? With its effect on, it's very competitive. Like, with Promised Victory active. Without Promised Victory, it's more accurate than Titan String. And it's cooler, but it's less damage. Titan String's overtuned, monstrously. It is genuinely not a fair measuring stick by which to judge items. Yeah, Fireball. It's buff Rite of Aid. It's in a mage armor. It's Roland's mage armor. Once Roland reaches level 7, he gets this spell. It's just 2 AC. It stacks with everything. Thank you. You're welcome. You can't shove these guys, but you can chasm them if you can find a good position to do so. It is easiest to do with Force Tunnel, but I don't think I'm in a position where I can do that at the moment. Where's my spores? Why are those gone already? What happened? Boo. This does not be getting good rolls, even when I was using Hell Giant Elixir, Titan String, Advantage, Sharpshooter, still getting rolls like 30-ish in the dark. Assume it's one of those situations the more I level up, harder it'll hit. So, the way Titan Weapon as an effect works is it adds your Strength modifier to every instance of damage that is part of attack rolls from your bow, or from bows that hit you and you have retaliation effects while Titan String is in your hand. Now that was a lot of words, but let me explain. Let's say I shoot this Arrow of Omater at someone. Because the necrotic damage here is a separate instance, Titan Weapon applies separately to the piercing and the necrotic, meaning that is double your strength modifier, or 1 each if your strength modifier is 1 or less. Plus 1 or less, excuse me. So let's say you have 20 strength. You're using Hell Giant Elixir, so yeah, that's the +5 modifier bracket. You're getting 5 on each instance here from Titan String, which is more than every bow that isn't Vicious Short Bow is contributing most of the time. Should have hand crossbows on here. I should be adding on DRS as often as possible. Yeah, just in general, that's a good strategy. I have that many target arrow forked from answer to answer. That's fun. It's good policy to simply do that in your build crafting, yeah. Would recommend paying full price for the expansions and buy the $90 versions unless you're just one of those people who either whale or plan to spend enough time to get that kind of value out of it. That reroll Idas has certainly influenced my opinion. Don't mind throwing hardcore characters, seasonal rough dying, rolling a d6 or d7, pick next character's class. Hope that answers your questions. Yeah, it does. Thanks, Ryan. Comprehensive answer. I appreciate it. I need to be careful with Psionic Overload active, because with Rhapsody, I will be hitting myself for a lot of psychic damage. Wish I had Firebolt. It's good enough. Ow. Hopefully my saves are pretty good. If I'm a hunter with Colossus Lair, we'll add separately to the main roll and 1d8 from Colossus Lair. So Colossus Lair is just a damage rider. It's not itself an instance, so it won't get bonuses like that. Be smart. 34 damage reduced flame, it's not bad. Okay, now I must go to therapy. Leave these rage bait parting words straight from my heart. Tavern Brawlers. Good job with therapy, Kels. See you later. So yeah, this big stupid dragon is so stupid because you can just do this and have him heal you, which I think is funny.
Another day, another fight.
Still fighting? Yeah, I'm trying to do the Arsonist Oil setup, so I'm going a bit of a slow burn. There we go. And a way to shoot Titan Shriek Bow as a saber. There's my Arsonist Oil. So we can apply that to Answer right now because in this state he's got fire resistance. Wait, oh no. I don't like what you're saying there, Trade. What did you just think of? Slow burn? You see it in there? Okay, so Answer has a Fireball now. So... Scarlet Saturation. Goodbye.
What have you done?
So, 66 damage, 50, shut up, squid. 58, 50, 72, 40, 50. 72 is pretty good.
Light on my feet.
Yeah, you could also just say it. I'm with Tony here. Yeah, redacted his ass. Brain isn't braining for some reason. Cost span only when I think of it adds elemental on top of range attacks. I really want to think it's melee based. No. So Ring of Elemental Infusion applies if you need to get it through some means, but fortunately Ranger is pretty cool in that you have Ensnaring Strike, and Ensnaring Strike is a spell, so you can trigger Elemental Infusion with Ensnaring Strike as long as you have a bonus elemental damage on your bow already, which you can get from Caustic Band, you can get from Flawed Helldust Gloves or Helldust Gloves, you can get it from using Drakethroat Glaive to buff that weapon. Shadow Cloaked Ring works against targets that are obscured or made of shadow. You have Strange Conduit Ring if you're concentrating. You have Callous Glow, which applies to all damage. Could do the cockfight. Speak to Callous Glow and see him consider illuminated, just standing in daylight. Not obscured is what it considers illuminated. So you can hold shift down here to test obscurity. You know, fully filled circle is lit. Half is partially obscured. Full is fully obscured. There's nothing's fully obscured here because that's dark as shit. But as long as it's not this one, as long as it is this one, excuse me, counts. As long as it's not either of those two. So. And there's a couple ways to keep Callous Glow on very easily. You can cast Light on your weapon and just have that going. Though the range on that's a little limited. Something that I like doing is drop a Moon Lantern. Once you have access to the Moon Lantern, there's nothing stopping you from just dropping it wherever you need some light. Since you're pure class hunter, you also have the option of you could just put daylight on your weapon, and that does have enough radius. Though you might want to wear sunglasses while you play if you do that. How beginner-friendly is EK for solo? Extremely. Remember, you are a fighter, you are not a wizard. You are a fighter with access to wizard spells. You should still play as a fighter, but just a fighter who can spice up their fighting. That's how you play EK. Very beginner-friendly, as long as you don't try to gaslight yourself into being a wizard. So, your job is not to throw out, you know, the chromatic orb and buff up teammates. Your job is hit things.
Like those two are about to fight.
I need you to get mad at me here. Thank you.
Gotta be cautious.
I'm playing with other players and I can have them use Fowler. Okay, thanks, Tom. I forgot half my stuff. Kept finding stuff that proc elemental melee hits, thermodynamo, Sacred Star. Yeah, it's okay. Do you even beach? I know beach. My job is just beach. fight.
Never wanted the easy path. Better not be cursed. Something good here. I'd be wary.
Yeah, I was supposed to think about food like 3 hours ago. Too focused. Bone spike boots are very fun. A lot of people look at this first thing, it's like, okay, cool, unarmored build. And yeah, if you're being bad and playing Blade Singer and Blade Singing, sure, this is a nice thing for that. But Brutal Leap is really cool. Brutal Leap doesn't break Invis, and Brutal Leap uses your spell save DC to determine the DC for its knockdown. So it's really good on spellcasters, because then you could just bonus action AoE prone. Like, my spell save DC right now is 24. Some brutal leaping for funsies. Hey, Wolf. Your Discord is compromised? Alright, thanks for letting me know. Hope you can get it back soon. Working on it. Yeah, that's a nightmare. People who steal identities and compromise accounts and like that, yeah, it makes my blood boil. I don't really have words. I know some people who've been hit very hard by things like that, and it sucks. It's extra shitty. I think it's one of the shittiest things you could do in the age in which we live. Gmail's the worst because I use a Google Authenticator for work and I don't have it right now. It's fucked up, man. I hate it. I'm sorry. Picking cat? Yeah, Kevin's doing cat things. Do you get a second Hill Giant stick going back to 1.5? I didn't check. I could go over and check. Going back to 1+.
Here's something.
Yeah, I can look.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
There is a Kevin. He's so cat. Why is this cat so cat? A great stream. Thanks, man. They'd forgotten Menace. Have a good one. Heat Convergence boosted Hellish Rebuke. DC 24 prone.
For some beloved.
You see, those animals are out. The selfish ponce who owns this. Oh. Yes.
Not over.
Been work lurking, just came back to say, holy heck, those statuses. Yeah, I'd like getting buffs. Let's check on that Hill Giant Club question. I kind of wonder how the turrets work right now. They're not on, right? They don't seem to be working at all. Okay. Cool. Yeah, 420? Coincidence? I think not. Nope. Just one. It's the sex number. Yeah, yeah. Going from Act 3 to Act 1's throwing me off so hard. It's so weird, isn't it? It's really cool.
What's in here?
So Mage's friend doesn't come back either. The basement button is there without me having the ring on. I noticed. More chances it scrolls. The loose mats aren't here. No second Staff of Arcane Blessing. No second Sparks Wall. For gear, it seems to be stuff that's equipped. But that's also not an absolute thing. Not absolute? Okay, so the Tongue of Madness is there. But the Timask Spores weren't. Odd. What else can I check? Let's go over here. Absolute? BG3 reference? Big if true.
Teachers care when we would be reckless.
Oh, hey, the fists respawn.
When we would have doubt. So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Except Yeva. That makes sense, because Yeva can be in Act 2.
Great guard helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond.
Floric is not here, because we just saw her. Benrin is just running around aimlessly. That's incredible. Great guard helm. Look, these barrels, I need more water. Oh, let's see if I can get an angle where we can see Sky Cadenas. I know you have an angle going from the Blighted Village in this direction. but not here. Oh, no, there he is. There he is. See him over there? See him? Just a T-posing Sky Cadenus. Doesn't look like anything. No, it doesn't look like anything to me. I still haven't seen season 3 of that. Are we fighting? He's okay.
Open up.
It's about a flesh wound. Uh-huh.
One day I'll catch a break. I don't need any attention right now.
Nobody here, interestingly. It's not what I expected. But that group is there. No, Zarias is over here. I've never had her hang out over here. Huh. I've never seen her here. That's so interesting. But anyway. Thanks for that rant, gonna head home, respect that blade singer for your loved ones. Later, Thropsy. He runs here if you go stealth option, she forces dialogue and tab. I've never clicked that. Good to know. Always learn it.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Trap.
Elemental augmentation would be better for my fire, for my produce flame damage. That would be adding another 6. Be nifty. really feel as if I need it though. Use the gloves here? Sometimes. They're useful for making your summons hostile to you if you need to generate a combat on demand and don't have, like, Connor for that. Didn't respawn. Also had Zara's run here when I was in combat in the previous area. Didn't kill or escape the fight. Good to know.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Interesting. Those two don't respawn. Kadenos' body is still there. Those three don't respawn. Oh, those are the cutscene fists. Is Kadenos okay? Yeah.
At the ready.
So one of those, I think it's Gauntlet Dion here, is immortal in normal gameplay. We finally found a way to kill that guy and get his XP.
Moving ahead.
You gather so much XP, you'll discover a hidden level 13. Once you get the XP towards level 13, the XP bar up here will change to say max level reached. So technically, but there's enough XP to do that, even just in Act 3 by itself. Like if you start at level 1 in Act 3 and play Act 3 normally, you will still hit that. Raider with a knife? Yeah, that's from the mod.
No traps, please.
Walk across the bridge. It's already possible in normal gameplay to have that bridge remain intact. You're asking if the walls are still there. I can check on that. Like if you go to the mountain pass without triggering the cutscene, so going through like the Goblin Camp entrance or going there from the Shadow Curse lands, then the patrol's no longer here, so the cutscene can't trigger, so the bridge never gets destroyed. I think there's enough XP in the base game for just short of level 15. Obviously, notwithstanding the various infinite routes. Yeah, you can walk on this. There's no actual map over here. You can chill over here. Still cool? Definitely. What is that patch over there? Oh, that's start of the game. Why is that still explored? You go in the well? I've not gone in the well yet, no.
there was nothing.
Well, doesn't look too deep.
Model Lord's right there. How many invis do I have? Oh, I have enough. Let's do a juicy opener here. Whose nickname was Juicy Opener? Oh, they all died. Okay. Well, it was mine, but now I don't want to say it. Coward.
Very well. Can't risk being in open view.
Not sure why the visual appeared over there, but okay. Kidding me? It's for the flex, I gotta do it. Alright, so I did create water as an opener, get the surprise around, hit to apply arsonist oil, destroy water, she's now fireable. Enough. Anything else funny I could do? Whilst we're here. Oh yeah, let's see if human Auntie Ethel is actually a separate NPC from Hag Ethel. Because Hag Ethel is in the Blushing Mermaid right now. Ogres, they're still dead in Grimforge, where I summoned them. A whole ass different Ethel. So this Ethel never did anything wrong, right? The tarnish charm is there. It's funny.
I don't need any attention right now.
But what happens? We kill this one.
Breathe deep.
Nothing yet. Alright, but now let's go back here. Speak of Death Eye Corpse. Oh, whoops. Already gone. Probably. So I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Those clanking great steel watches.
I don't know how closely they watch.
Bloody hate them. No matter what the mouth says.
There's probably crates and things down there to keep trash like us out.
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best swimmer anyway. Gods know what else is down there and all.
Boulette? I didn't check to see if Boulette can spawn again. I don't really care to check. Fuck the Boulette. Surely when he gets back, he'll remember to eat. Looking at options. Can't wait to haggle with Ethel. Can't decide which things I should get, but she seems a little weird with how much she peddles her merchandise. Well done, well done. You polymorph make Glutta summon. There's kind of some safeguards in place there. But there's probably a configuration where you can get that to work, yes.
I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling of yours.
What do I want?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
Was the local Mexican place not open today? I was thinking about that. Oh no, it is open. Why are we not showing on like the first page? What are you doing? Guy or somebody right here. Smelly, that's a butthole. There's no nutritional value there. Sorry, I have this instead. Danny, those are butt cheeks. There's no nutritional value there. Eat this. Victoria, that's a... I don't even know what that thing is. No nutritional value, he says. Eve, I didn't say I don't eat junk food. It wasn't a no.
We might not be able to afford a room, let alone anything else. You sure about that? Look what they're making us do now.
Can't you feel it?
Alright.
Feel what exactly?
Having Mexican food today.
That's weird.
Something got your vitamin D right here. Oh, thank you. I don't go outside to get enough sunlight. I'm really glad that it's actual nutrients so I can survive and not a penis. It would really crush me if it was anything else. Imagine touching grass in 2026. 2026. It still feels weird.
over.
Does she not care? Wait, does Ethel not care if you fail to pickpocket her? Okay. So, yeah, the just free long rest spot. You don't even need to be good at sleight of hand?
That's the last time I hit the meat that hard.
Alright, cool. We take those, I guess.
What did you...
About crime response? I didn't get one. Now, maybe if there was another NPC in the area. But, didn't happen this time.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Not the miss.
Think you can take me on? Should find my step.
Just configure my what? How many times have I been in honor mode? I don't really know how many anymore, alias. I have all of my runs archived here. Sorted by playlist, so, that many times. But I don't know, I stopped counting in the high double digits. I might be in the triple digits now. When's the last time I lost? Not that long ago. I do lose runs sometimes. I messed up my positioning in the second attempt of my No Dialogue run, and Flesh killed me in the Gauntlet of Shar. Very avoidable death. 1000% my fault. It happens. My favorite build? I've played a lot. Picking a favorite's hard. I'm one of those people where, in general, I have trouble picking favorites. My class overall that I would call my favorite is Cleric, but I play every class, and I have a lot of builds that are memorable to me. But, I guess force me to pick one. I really like a Polearm Master Tempest Cleric, taking advantage of electrified surfaces. That's a very memorable one for me. If you force me to pick.
You dare challenge Grizzly? Captain of the Blushing Mermaid?
This is Auntie Spec.
Like is a secret Bladesinger Paladin main.
Watch how you go.
Do you still hate me over the reverse Raincloak thing, Trade?
Always room for more. Be wary. This place is trapped.
Another buff because we can't. A little? That's valid. So my favorite approach to this Act 3 Ethel fight is sneak in here. You can cast Wall of Fire without breaking your hiding. And because it applies a burning surface and the aura, these don't heal if they have the burning condition. So you just cast Wall of Fire, and you wait.
Light on my feet.
And you go over here. And you guessed it. Cast Wall of Fire. And you wait.
Those fungi are worth 1,000 of you, you peasant.
And then you go over here. And you cast Wall of Fire. And then you wait.
No! Not my mushrooms!
Now you do whatever you want.
Time to kill the hag.
Save. Boo. What do I want to do about you? What's she weigh? 25. Yeah, sure. I'll have to craft more bloodlust, but that's fine. Goodbye. Scorching Ray is pretty good.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I do wonder about cornering her corpse and then assigning a level up to get another long rest potion. I don't feel like testing that right now, though. Alright, not much game left. In terms of bosses we plan on fighting, I mean, Mystic Carrion's gonna be a wash, because he's Fire Vuln, so LOL. We do Murder Tribunal, we got Orin, we could do Gortash. He's immune to fire in his transformed state, but I could do the funny and... He's immune to fire and force, but I could do the funny and kill him with Scorching Ray anyway. It's like, we're gonna Scorching Ray Raphael, just because it's funny. But I think I could stretch that all out into another session. Stallenver content, I see. You know it. Also, I'm trying to pace things out in an interesting way. I want my next run to be the 0 AC run, but I also don't necessarily want to start it tomorrow. Like, Friday's co-op day. I still have not decided when I'm doing my my marathon. Either Saturday, Sunday, or Monday. Most likely Saturday or Monday, because Sunday's my normal day off. My actual birthday's on Sunday, but... I think I'll start the 0 AC run either Saturday or Monday. Maybe that'll be part of the marathon. Maybe that'll be the whole thing. Maybe I'll just do the, like, entire run in one sitting, because that'd be funny. Not every day you get to play New Game Plus. Yeah, still messing around with the New Game Plus tech, and that's very fun. But the next challenge run playthrough is definitely going to be 0 AC. Happy old. Thank you, thank you. Watch all the Pirates movies for your birthday? I mean, I'm not going to say no, because there's always the chance of that happening by accident. But yeah, that'll be for today. I know, short stream, only 6.5 hours. That is short for me. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope you've been enjoying Light Cleric and the New Game Plus stuff. I'm gonna find somewhere to raid. See who's on BG3 right now. Let's see, Selena's on. Head over there. Ken's Mullet is on. I haven't been over there yet. Well, let's raid Selena. Haven't been there in a while. She's doing an Evil Karlach run, which is very cool. No backseating, channel rule. So always when going somewhere, follow channel rules, etc., etc., etc. Be nice. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. If you have my emotes, feel free to jiggle. As always, thanks for the discussion. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for your presence. Again, quick recap. Tomorrow, most likely finishing up this run. Friday, co-op day. Saturday, probably new run. But thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.